المندوبين الموقرين.
Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, good morning. I declare open the third plenary meeting of the 19th session of the General Conference. I invite the conference to take up the consideration of item 4, organization of work. In accordance with Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure, the General Committee has a number of proposals to make to the conference concerning the organization of its work. In formulating these proposals, the committee took into consideration the recommendations of the informal consultations convened at the request of the Industrial Development Board for the preparation of the conference. These are contained in Conference Room Paper GC.19/CRP1. I give the floor to the chair of these informal consultations, Her Excellency, Ambassador Dominika Krois of Poland, for a few words on her work. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, Director General, new Director General, distinguished delegates, Excellencies. I would like to express my appreciation to the Industrial Development Board for entrusting me with the task of chairing the pre-session informal consultations. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to the Vice President, His Excellency, Mr. Eric Anderson Machado of Peru, for chairing the two first meetings of the consultations in my absence. Distinguished delegates, a brief written report was issued on the work of the pre-session informal consultations contained in document GC19/CRP1. The report presents the outcome of the discussions on procedural and organizational matters, as well as on substantial items. In total, we had 3 meetings. We discussed a number of draft decisions, which will be taken up at the main committee starting this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. in boardroom D in the building C on the 4th floor and on the Interprify platform. In light of the current health and safety concerns and the resulting restrictions, I would invite as many of you as possible to join our discussions virtually. Furthermore, we recommended the suspension of the Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Conference to allow for the adoption of the agenda before the meeting of the General Committee, which the conference did yesterday, and of the Rule 103, paragraph 3, to allow for the appointment of the Director General by acclamation. In addition to these meetings, there were a number of informals on 3 draft resolutions proposed by Member States. The outcome of these meetings is scheduled in an addendum to my report and is contained in the document GC19, Conference Room Paper 1, Addendum 1. The main committee will also consider these drafts starting this afternoon. I should like to mention that the informal and informal consultations were conducted virtually and with a notable spirit of cooperation and compromise on the part of all groups and delegates. I wish to thank those delegates who have participated actively in the work of the consultations. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, I would like to once again express my sincere gratitude to all delegations who have participated and given me the fullest support in the work of the pre-session informal consultations. I'm looking forward to fruitful discussions in the main committee. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا.
Thank you, Excellency. After having listened to Her Excellency Ambassador Kroes, the General Committee thus recommends that the General Conference A covers agenda items 8 to 29 in the plenary in the form of a general debate. B establishes one main committee under the chairmanship of Her Excellency Ambassador Dominika Kroes of Poland, on which each member participating in the conference may be represented. C decides to refer agenda items 8 to 29 to the main committee for a more focused debate aimed at the preparation of consensus draft decisions and resolutions for submission to the plenary, and to request the chair of the main committee to submit a written report on its work to the conference on Friday, the 3rd of December 2021. Are there any objections to the adoption of these recommendations concerning the organization of work? I see none. It is so decided. Concerning the officers of the main committee, the General Committee recommended that the report of the main committee be submitted by its chair to the plenary, thus obviating the need for a rapporteur. Delegates who wish to participate in the main committee are invited to proceed to Boardroom D on the 4th floor of the C building. The first meeting will start at 4:30 p.m. today, Tuesday, the 30th of November. The General Committee also proposed that the conference organize its schedule of work along the lines recommended by the pre-sessional informal consultations, as reflected in the tentative schedule of work distributed. Do I see any objections to this proposal? I see none. We shall therefore try as much as possible and to the extent possible to follow the schedule of work. In this connection, the General Committee requested me to remind you that, in view of the limited time available for the general debate, statements should be kept as short and concise as possible. The General Committee also informed of the established practice that statements in plenary should be limited in length to 5 minutes for member states and 10 minutes for regional groups. In the interest of conducting our work efficiently, I urge delegations not to exceed these durations. The General Committee also recommended that the speakers list of the general debate be closed at 12 noon on Wednesday, the 1st of December 2021. In line with the deliberations of the General Committee, I wish to draw the attention of the Conference to Rule 90 of its Rules of Procedure, which stipulates that the Conference shall make every effort to ensure that all its substantive decisions are taken by consensus. With this in mind, I would urge you to make all efforts to avoid voting in plenary. Should there be disagreement among the delegations on any of the items allocated to the main committee, the chair of the committee, in their report to the plenary, would inform the conference of the divergent views and deliver a statement explaining the positions of those member states involved. Before continuing with the items on our agenda, I would like to raise one more procedural issue. Following a decision IDB 46/Decision 3, paragraph E, asking the Secretariat to continue replacing written summer records of the IDB and the General Conference with digital records, it is proposed to suspend Rule 65 on the preparation of summary records for the present session for cost-saving purposes. As for previous sessions, digital recordings will be available in all 6 official languages. With this, we have concluded Agenda Item 4, Organization of Work. I now invite you to take up Agenda Item 5, Credentials of Representatives to the Conference. The composition of the Credentials Committee shall be based on that of the Credentials Committee of the United Nations General Assembly at its 76th session, which is as follows. The Russian Federation, Bhutan, China, Sierra Leone, Sweden, Chile, Namibia, United States of America, and the Bahamas. Since the United States of America is not a member of UNIDO, states from List B submitted the candidature of Spain as its replacement. Are there any objections to the proposed composition of the Credentials Committee? I see none. The Credentials Committee is so established. The first meeting of the Credentials Committee will take place on Wednesday, 1st of December 2021 at 9:30 a.m. in Boardroom D on the 4th floor of the C building. In order to give ample time to the committee to prepare its report, I propose that we keep Agenda Item 5 on the report of the Credentials Committee open until the morning of Thursday, the 2nd of December. With this, we have concluded Agenda Item 5. I now invite the conference to take up consideration of Agenda Item 6, Appointment of the Director General. In accordance with Article 11.2 of the Constitution of UNIDO, the Director General shall be appointed by the conference upon recommendation of the Industrial Development Board for a period of 4 years. For the recommendation of the board, I refer the conference to decisions IDB 49/Decision 3 and IDB 49/Decision 4 contained in Annex 1 of the report of the board on the work of its 49th session, which has been circulated under the symbol GC19/3. In accordance with Rule 103.3 of its Rules of Procedure, the conference shall consider the consideration of the board, the recommendation of the board at a private meeting and vote upon it by secret ballot. However, at the recommendation of the General Committee, I am proposing to the General Conference the suspension of paragraph 3 of Rule 103 for the present session only. In that respect, I should like to draw your attention to established practice at UNIDO regarding the appointment of the Director General. In former sessions, the conference agreed to suspend the application of this rule for the specific purpose of appointing the Director General by acclamation. At the first meeting of pre-sessional informal consultations, it was considered that such a procedure should also be followed by the conference at its 19th session. Are there any objections to this proposal? I see no objections. It is so decided.
وأقدم الآن إلى المؤتمر
I now submit to the conference for consideration the recommendation contained in Board Decision IDB 49/Decision 3 on the appointment of the Director General, updated to reflect his correct starting date, and I would further propose that the conference appoint Mr. Gerd Müller as Director General of UNIDO by acclamation. This means that the conference would adopt a decision that would be formulated as follows. The conference or the General Conference adopts the recommendation contained in Decision IDB 49/Decision 3 of the Industrial Development Board and decides to appoint by acclamation Mr. Gerd Müller as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization for a period of 4 years from 10 December 2021 or until the Director General to be appointed at the 21st regular session of the General Conference assumes office, whichever is later. Are there any objections to this proposal? I see no objections. It is so decided. I would further like to draw your attention to the fact that, still under the item appointment of the Director General, in accordance with Rule 103.4 of its Rules of Procedure, the Conference has to consider for approval the draft contract submitted to it by the Industrial Development Board in its Decision IDB 49/Decision 4, which establishes the terms and conditions of appointment of the Director General. Here also, the corrected starting date of the Director General's term will be reflected. Are there any objections to the approval of the draft contract? I see none. The draft contract is approved. May I now request the Secretariat to escort Mr. Müller into the conference hall? I ask the distinguished delegates to kindly remain seated while Mr. Müller is escorted into the plenary.
السيد المدير
Mr. Director General Designate, it is my privilege and honor to inform you that the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO has appointed you Director General of UNIDO by acclamation. It is also my privilege to now sign with you the contract governing the terms and conditions of your appointment as Director General.
السيد
Mr. Müller, I thus invite you, in accordance with the staff regulations, namely regulations 1.8 and 1.9, to take the oath of office as Director General from the lectern.
Ladies and gentlemen, I solemnly swear to exercise in all loyalty, discretion, and conscience the function entrusted to me as Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to discharge these functions and regulate my contact with the interests of the organization only in view and not to seek or accept instructions in regard to the performance of my duties from any government or other authorities external to the organization.
السيد ميلر.
Mr. Müller, it is my great pleasure and honor Mr. Müller, it is my great pleasure and honor
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies,
Please.
distinguished members of the UNIDO General Conference, I want to thank you for your great support and for electing me as the new Director General of UNIDO. I feel deeply honored by your trust and your support. I look forward to working with all of you to move UNIDO forward in solidarity with all members. And this is a special conference, unfortunately, largely virtual. And therefore, my special greetings and thanks therefore go to the participants at home in our member countries. I very much hope and look forward to meeting you all in person soon. That I have been elected a European and a German development minister is a sign of confidence, but also a signal to industrialized countries to take on more responsibility so that we can jointly meet global challenges. If we want to solve the global challenges of our time, we need global solidarity and a partnership-based cooperation between industrialized countries and developing countries. And we need a much stronger commitment from the industrialized countries. I am an optimist. Today, our world has the necessary technologies and knowledge to create a world without hunger, to successfully address climate change, and to end pandemics such as COVID-19 or Ebola. When I look at the outcomes of the COP26 in Glasgow, I'm sorry to say this is by far not enough. From the perspective of the developing countries and the G77 and UNIDO, the decisions are disappointing and totally insufficient. What is missing? The necessary financial commitments to tackle the climate crisis and to finance a global green recovery program, the compensation of losses. We need huge levels of investments for the transformation and decarbonization of energy systems in development countries. Here we are not talking about billions, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, but about thousands of billions, trillions. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, UNIDO is responsible for sustainable development, climate and environmental protection, and must give an even stronger voice to the interests of developing countries, emerging economies, and the G77 in the international debate. And UNIDO, of course, has to present practical solutions for the challenges of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to resolve the global challenges, we also need the larger nations, Russia, India, Japan, as well as France and the United States and the United Kingdom. I am pleased that the representatives of the US and the United Kingdom are participating today as an observer, and I hope that they will soon rejoin the UNIDO family. But also we need China as a strong partner. Mr. Li Yong, Mr. Li, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you and the staff of UNIDO for your successful work over the last 8 years. You have set many things in motion, launched many initiatives, and I will continue to develop many of the programs that you have started. One example is this prominent PCP program. I would like to ask you now, Mr. Li, to use your influence in Beijing to encourage China to continue the strong cooperation with UNIDO. We want to thank you with a big round of applause and our very best wishes and sincere thanks to you and also to your wife and family. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us look ahead. What will the world look like in 2050? We will have a global population of 10 billion. Africa's population will double until 2050. The demand for food will rise by 50%. Energy demand will rise by 70%. Climate change will continue with all its consequences. Resources will become scarce, and digital technology will change our lives. UNIDO is a key player in addressing these global challenges. We need concrete and practical solutions. Protecting the global climate and global goods, our oceans, forests, soil, and water. Secondly, feeding a growing world population and ending hunger and poverty. Third, creating jobs for hundreds of millions of people, especially young people. The international community knows what must be done. We must implement the SDG agenda, implement the Paris Agreement, and comply with the Biodiversity Convention. My goal is UNIDO must become the leading UN organization to implement the SDG agenda and the Paris Agreement. Dear delegates, 80% of all people on our planet, 80%, live in low-income and middle-income countries, in developing and emerging economies. UNIDO must be the voice of these countries. They must be heard in UN organizations. They must be heard at international conferences, and they must have a vote in the decision-making. And, ladies and gentlemen, the industrialized countries must realize that cooperation offers huge opportunities. And the industrialized countries must also realize that the gap between the rich and the poor mustn't get any wider, and that the exploitation of people and nature in many developing countries needs to end. What is needed? Investments in infrastructure, industry and digitalization, agriculture and education, fair trade relations and access to energy to achieve industrial upgrading. Let me highlight today 3 major areas for growth and investment, for sustainable development, industrialization and job creation. 3 major areas. First, the development of sustainable energy supplies. Our goal is access to sustainable energy for all, Mr. President. In Tunisia and Morocco, in Africa, in Asian countries, nearly 1 billion people do not have access to electricity or energy yet. 1 billion people. But energy is the precondition for successful development across all sectors. Countries have the potential we need in terms of solar, wind, hydro, and bioenergy. I'm thinking about Ouarzazate, Morocco, for example. I have seen the most modern solar power stations in the world, in Morocco, in the Aswan Desert, in Egypt, or recently in Abu Dhabi, where the world's largest solar park is being built and where the industrial use of hydrogen is being developed together with Siemens Energy. The second major areas, the second field for growth opportunities is construction, infrastructure and digitalization. In addition to energy, the precondition for development and industrialization is the development of and investment in fundamental infrastructure, such as roads, grids, ports, and railways, and digitalization. So this construction sector will become a big, maybe the biggest driver of growth and huge job generator. Increasing urbanization is both an opportunity and a challenge. UNIDO can and UNIDO must develop vocational training programs and vocational training centers that help to train the young people for these new kinds of jobs and new production lines, for example, in the automotive industry. Rwanda, let me take this example. Rwanda, for example, is showing the world in Kigali that modern urban mobility in African cities is already feasible today. And Rwanda has successfully started the production of cars made in Africa. The developing countries will need up to 1 billion cars and trucks by 2050, the next 30 years. And production must take place on the ground and create jobs. This must be our goal, not only in Rwanda. Many Asian countries have their own car production, and so do Brazil, Mexico, and other countries. Our goal must be to develop new industrial parks and establish production capacities in developing countries. This is also needed in the sector of pharma industry. India and other Asian countries are showing us how to do it. Drugs and vaccines for developing countries must be produced in these countries. Germany is currently assisting Senegal, South Africa, Rwanda, and Ghana in setting up their own production plants, in particular for COVID-19 vaccines. Another sector, growing sector, is the chip production. Not only Asian countries are successful here. Also Costa Rica, for example, is a big player in the world market. So the third major field is the food and agricultural sector. This is the third major area for development and growth that I want to mention today. I'm the son of a farmer. and I'm a professor for international agricultural policy. So the development of the agriculture, forestry, and fishery sector, and the food processing sector is particularly important for our member countries. Then the most urgent task is to end hunger. Millions of small farmers and their families are still living in poverty. That is a scandal, dear delegates. Our common goal must be to invest in sustainable agriculture, developing processing industries, and create fair supply chains. Young people in rural areas need better opportunities, hope and better opportunities, jobs and incomes. I think this sector has huge potential for job creation and the development of local value chains. Sustainable agriculture requires investment, training, fair prices, and local value addition. This must be one important focus for the future work of UNIDO, investments in value-added manufacturing. Let me give you a few examples. It must become possible for countries after the cotton has been harvested locally, you know this situation, to also develop processing facilities nearby. It must become possible for countries not to sell their raw coffee or cocoa beans to Europe or to the US market for a few cents. The future must be for the processing of the coffee to take place in the producer countries. Local value addition can increase tenfold. Then children won't need to work on the plantations anymore. They can go to school. I could give you many other examples of product and supply chains. In Mexico and Brazil, for example, I have seen how hard people have to work on the banana plantations. The large global companies, and there are only 4 or 5, the large global companies are buying a kilogram of bananas at 15 cents and selling it in Europe at €1.20 or €1.50. This is not a fair deal for the plantation workers. The people on the ground and their families cannot live on that. UNIDO must work for a fair global trade and agricultural system. Recently, I met the new head of WTO, Dr. Ngozi from Nigeria. With her, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, with Dr. Ngozi, we have a chance to change these things. I mentioned 3 major areas for growth. There are many more issues which we must address, of course, but not everything can be done at once. We will have to focus on priorities. But we are only at the beginning of my term as Director General. And the most important thing for me is to hear from you, from all of you, what your specific interests and priorities are. So I will start a review process and develop together the UNIDO 2025 strategy and program for the future, based on your ideas and proposals. All UNIDO employees are invited to participate. UNIDO has to develop further, undertake reforms, a gender strategy, operate closer to the partner countries, and strengthen its partnership and field approach. The ITPOs should play a stronger role in the organization Cooperation with the private sector and private investors must become a priority. I will also work on stabilizing the budget, and maybe it will be possible to get some former members to return to UNIDO. That's a good sign. US and UK observers today are here. And if UNIDO hadn't already been founded in 1966, it would need to be founded today to support inclusive and sustainable industrial development for a green recovery. But building back better must not remain an empty promise of politicians. I want to tackle these tasks with all my strengths and experience. Your vote and your confidence is a great honor for me and fills me with a sense of duty and responsibility. I'm an optimist. Together we can achieve a lot. So let's go to work. Together we are strong. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur Général.
Thank you very much to the Director General for your statement. Thank you also for the comprehensive roadmap. I would also like to pay tribute to your stated commitment and intention to tackle the challenges before us all.
سيد المدير العام معين.
Mr. Director General, it is my great pleasure and honor as President of the conference and as an African, as a Tunisian. So it is my pleasure and honor to be the first person to congratulate you as newly appointed Director General of UNIDO. I am confident that under your guidance, the organization will continue to effectively discharge its mandate in the service of its member states. I speak on behalf of the conference in assuring you of our unreserved support to you and your staff. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Young, for a congratulatory statement. I give you the floor, Mr. Director General.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, Mr. Muller. I have the honor and a distinct pleasure to congratulate you, Mr. Muller, on your election and appointment as the next Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Congratulations. And you are taking office during a pivotal time as multilateralism is being reinvigorated with the United Nations system at the center. It is also a crucial time for the international community to strengthen solidarity, as you mentioned, and solve the pressing challenges exacerbated by the ongoing pandemic. We need to accelerate effective solutions towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The UNIDO mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, ISID, will increase in relevance as the value of the industrialization becomes more tangible, in particular as we adhere to the poverty reduction and triple planetary crisis, and find ourselves in the area of rapid technological advancement through the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Muller and colleagues, I heard, together with all participants here, you made an impressive and visionary statement. And I fully support that. UNIDO, with you at the helm, will benefit from your long-standing and rich experience and in the sphere of the economic cooperation and development, including the personal partnership you established in the developing and middle-income countries to foster agricultural and agribusiness development, vocational trainings, job creation, private sector development, and investment, as you mentioned, the construction, as well as the sustainability and the climate protection. I'm very confident that your experience and leadership will serve as a valuable asset as the UNIDO continues to support member states in the economic recovery from the ongoing pandemic and in the green economy transition process and in the process of the poverty reduction goals. Under your leadership, UNIDO will make a lasting and a transformational change towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, leaving no one behind, leaving no countries behind. And Mr. Muller, I wish you every success in your new function as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Muller, veel erfolg. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director General. Thank you for your words. And now I open the floor for congratulatory statements for Mr. Gerd Müller, and allow me to remind delegations that these statements should be limited to 1 minute per delegation and 2 minutes per regional group. I have the honor to invite the first speaker on my list this morning, and it is Excellency Minister of Industrial Affairs, Georges Bouchikian from Lebanon. I give you the floor. Mr. Müller, on behalf of the Lebanese state, on behalf of the Ministry of Industrial Affairs, and in my own personal capacity, I would like to congratulate you on your new appointment in UNIDO. In Lebanon, we have a promising industrial sector that can be better improved in light of new partnerships and quality experience, as well as advanced technology and knowledge. My dear nation has suffered a lot, Mr. Director General. We are still suffering, and my country needs help and support from UNIDO, through UNIDO as well, help from member states, organizations, donor entities, and funds in order to recover. We really look towards your support in supporting the Lebanese industry, because our people looks towards you for help. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this intervention. Well, and now I give the floor to Mr. Sergei Alinik.
Belarus.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of the Republic of Belarus would like to congratulate Mr. Mueller on his election and appointment as the Director General of UNIDO. We're quite sure that his wealth of experience in state and international affairs, as well as his high level of professionalism, will increase the efficiency of UNIDO to attain the goals and objectives of the organization along the lines of the expectations of all member states. UNIDO's contribution to attaining the SDGs is undisputable. For that reason, we think it important to further increase the effectiveness of efforts made for comprehensive and sustainable development, taking into account the interests of middle-income countries, but also with active assistance in the transfer of global industry to more green sources in the context of COVID, nonetheless. We are pleased to see a broadening of program activities as well as the prestige of UNIDO's composition. We're sure that, as steered by Mr. Mueller, UNIDO will continue to act in strict compliance with its mandate, national priorities, and needs of member states. We support the challenge, the three challenges that rather set forth by Mr. Mueller in his statement. We wish him every success as he takes up his post. As Belarus, we stand ready to continue to engage in active cooperation with you and the organization. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I wish to thank you for this statement and wish to give the floor now to Mr. Walter Veri, Vice Minister of Industry of the Uruguay. You have the floor, sir.
On behalf of the government of Uruguay, I would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General for the next 4 years. We extend to him a very warm welcome and express to him the support of Uruguay in his role. In addition, we reaffirm Uruguay's commitment to UNIDO, which dates back to the very establishment of the organization. We have seen how UNIDO has had to adapt its activities to new and sometimes challenging global circumstances, such as those we currently face in the form of the COVID-19 pandemic, while remaining faithful to its mandate. Uruguay has been and is a steadfast advocate of policies geared towards promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and this in areas such as renewable energies, the environment and climate action, as well as digitalization and technologies applied to industrial processes. We have been promoting horizontally and successfully the principles of a circular economy and prioritizing a gender mainstreaming approach. The fact that we are the headquarters of UNIDO's regional office for the Southern Cone encourages us to forge ever closer links with the organization. We wanted to be present at this session and congratulate you in person, but circumstances prevented us from doing so. We trust that the next time we meet will be a great pleasure. We trust in your vision for the organization. We trust that that will contribute to strengthening the role of UNIDO for the entire region of Latin America. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا.
Thank you. I wish to now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Krimi Kaberia from Kenya. You have the floor, sir. The President apologizes. I wish to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Launski Tiefenthal, Secretary General of the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of Austria. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, Director General Lee, Director General Designate Müller, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Director General Lee Yong, let me once more, on behalf of the Republic of Austria, thank you for all that you've achieved for UNIDO during your 8.5 years tenure. Under your able leadership, you have sharpened UNIDO's global profile and strengthened its voice. Please allow me to extend our warmest congratulations to Minister Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. Mr. Müller, during your campaign, we had ample opportunity to hear in detail about your vision for UNIDO's future. We are convinced that based on your experience, your full commitment and your strategic approach, you will skillfully guide this important organization through current and future challenges. We regard UNIDO and its mandate as a crucial pillar of an effective multilateralism. Austria is grateful and proud to host the organization since 1985. During the COVID-19 pandemic, UNIDO supported people in more than 120 countries by focusing its projects on collaboration with small enterprises, by encouraging the production of personal protection equipment, and by saving many jobs, particularly in small companies. UNIDO's mandate is crucial in international cooperation. Building a better future is not only the topic of this General Conference, but also one specific target of the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. As a committed member state of UNIDO and as host country of the organization, Austria will fully support you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us a successful and fruitful conference.
شكرا.
Thank you indeed for this statement. I wish to now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kirimi Kaberia of Kenya. You have the floor, sir.
As the floor, allow me, on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, to congratulate Dr. Muller on his appointment as the next Director General of UNIDO. We extend our warmest welcome as he takes up the helm of the organization. Dr. Muller, you are taking up the leadership of UNIDO at a time when the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, is particularly on the socioeconomic sectors, are still much more with us. However, as a country, we are confident that with your economic development credentials and unwavering support from member states, you will steer the organization to overcome these challenges and further bridge the development gap between developed and developing countries. Once again, I congratulate you and assure you of Kenya's full support. I thank you, Mr. President.
I wish to thank you for this statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Alejandro Solano Ortiz, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, in his capacity as chairperson of the Group of 77 in China. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Group of 77 and China, I wish to convey our heartfelt congratulations and warmest welcome to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as a new Director General of UNIDO by the 19th General Conference. The group recognizes that Dr. Müller comes in at a time when the world war is still reeling from the devastating efforts of the COVID-19 pandemic on our respective populations, economies, and industries. And he will definitely have his hands full to address the many urgent and diverse needs of UNIDO's member states. Nonetheless, the group is confident and optimistic that the experience, skill, and dedication that Dr. Müller will bring to the job will allow UNIDO to face his and other present and future challenges more than adequately, and that the organization will continue to deliver its mandate of inclusive and sustainable development to its stakeholders, particularly to middle-income and least developed countries. The group invites the Director General to engage with the countries of G77 and China to better recognize and understand the differentiated and more pressing needs of the developing countries. The group wishes to reassure Dr. Müller of our strong support during his tenure as Director General, and we commit to keep working closely with UNIDO in addressing the priorities of our member state. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
شكرا.
I wish to thank you for this statement and wish to give the floor now to Her Excellency Ambassador Fouzia Mbarki, Permanent Representative of Algeria and Chair of the African Group. You have the floor, Madam.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Africa Group, I wish to express our sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO and assure him of our utmost readiness to extend our full support and cooperation for him to fulfill his mandate. The group wishes to underline the continued negative impacts of the COVID-19 virus and urge UNIDO under the new leadership to remain resilient and supportive to the member states. Furthermore, as the world continues to recover from this virus, there is a need to maintain our efforts towards achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, considering the delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, the efforts of the new Director General will be instrumental in helping the most affected countries in resuming their course in terms of formulating the industrial policies and implementing the necessary measures related to their industrialization efforts, noting that the group is confident that he will be capable of achieving this challenging mission. The group, therefore, looks forward to having regular and comprehensive discussions with Dr. Müller to ensure that the policies of UNIDO continue to be formulated in alignment with the priorities of the member states. The group aspires to an improved, resilient and agile structure for the organization. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على.
I thank you for this statement, and now I wish to give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Elena Rafti, Permanent Representative of Cyprus and Chair of the Western European and Other States Group. You have the floor, Madam.
Mr. President, on behalf of the WEA Group, I wish to extend warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller, you take over the leadership of this organization at the critical juncture for UNIDO and the global development agenda. Pressing global challenges threaten people's livelihoods and well-being, the environment, our economies, our societies. These challenges have been seriously compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. Taking effective action is imperative in order to address these challenges, tackle climate change and environmental degradation, poverty, and increasing vulnerabilities and inequalities, and lead towards more sustainable economies, more resilient societies, also through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. WEOG member states are confident that Director General Muller will exert his utmost efforts in leading UNIDO towards fulfilling its unique mandate in the development agenda worldwide. His skills and extensive experience, especially as Minister for Cooperation and Development of a leading industrialized country, will enable him to maintain and further enhance channels of open dialogue, communication and cooperation between governments, international organizations and other stakeholders. Director General Muller, we stand ready to engage with you over the coming months and assure you of our full cooperation and support in your new role. We wish you every success and extend again our warm congratulations. I thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran.
I wish to thank you, and now wish to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Eric Anderson, Permanent Representative of Peru, in his capacity as chairperson of the Group of Latin American and Caribbean countries. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. GRULAC would like to congratulate and warmly welcome Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as new Director General of UNIDO. We wish him every success in his role. We would like to stress the importance that our region attaches to UNIDO. 55 years on from the founding of this United Nations specialized agency, its mandate to assist developing countries to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development, as well as to achieve the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and attain the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 9, remains as relevant as ever. In the context of the pandemic caused by COVID-19, our region has been particularly affected. We request that the new Director General pay special attention to the difficulties that our countries and its populations have seen in terms of its economies and health systems, which have been seriously affected by the effects of COVID-19. Now, more than ever, accelerating sustainable and inclusive industrial processes is vital to drive our recovery, while addressing as a priority the challenges of poverty and inequality, while mainstreaming a gender perspective and respect for the environment. It will be crucial that the UNIDO programs and projects respond to the specific characteristics and challenges of middle-income countries, as well as our regional context. As such, GRULAC attaches particular importance to strengthening value chains, developing pharmaceutical industries, Industry 4.0, and transition to a circular economy, as well as decarbonising industrial development in line with the nationally determined contributions in the context of the Paris Agreement. President, building on the best practices, revising processes wherever necessary, and pooling efforts with international and regional agencies and organisations, we believe is very important. We invite the incoming Director General of UNIDO to make UNIDO a nexus point for discussions and the formulation of cutting-edge industrial policies to benefit our citizens. GRULAC conveys to the Director General our readiness to discuss and support initiatives that will build the capacity of UNIDO to address the priorities and needs of our region, as well as those of all Member States, in a timely and decisive manner. Thank you.
Shukran lakum.
I wish to thank you for this statement and wish to give the floor now to His Excellency Ambassador Stefan Clement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Turkey, Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Norway, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and Armenia. I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, elected with the support of the European Union and its member states. Dr. Gerd Müller takes up this post at an important time for the organization and for the global development agenda in this decade of action. His leadership will be crucial to advance UNIDO's mandate and to support its member states in their post-COVID-19 recovery, and for building back better, greener and smarter, leaving no one behind. We reaffirm our support to UNIDO and we look forward to deepening our cooperation under the leadership of Dr. Müller, who can act as a unifying force for the whole membership and attract potential new members and donors. Let me also thank the outgoing Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his leadership and dedication in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development at the helm of UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
I wish to thank you for this statement and wish to give the floor now to His Excellency Mr. Sham Rashid, Minister of Industry and Innovation of Cambodia. You have the floor, sir.
Speakers to wholeheartedly congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General of the UNIDO for the next 4 years. We are very confident that Dr. Müller's past experience as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany will be a great asset for his job at the helm of UNIDO and make him the best replacement for outgoing UNIDO DG Li Yong. LDCs and developing countries are looking for Dr. Gerd Müller and UNIDO to lead the way for the implementation of the SDG 9 for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the various programs for country partnerships so dynamically initiated by Dr. Li Yong. Cambodia feels comforted with what Dr. Gerd Müller just said at our conference. Your intention to make a big move toward fair global trade is also very commendable. Mr. Director General, we look forward to cooperate with you and will stand with you in your efforts to implement the various activities you have just mentioned today. We wish you good luck in your great journey. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Takashi Hikihara, the Permanent Representative of Japan.
Dear Dr. Gerd Müller, along with my distinguished colleagues, let me warmly welcome you as the new Director General of UNIDO. I'm convinced that you will lead the organization with the experience, expertise, and perspective gained through your career of more than 15 years in the field of development cooperation. With a unique political background, you will certainly spur the organization to expand its possibilities and broaden resource mobilizations to fuel its activities. I'd like to extend to you my best wishes for our success and assure you that Japan remains committed to UNIDO and its important work in these challenging times. And today I happily noticed that the priority areas that you mentioned in your inaugural speech are largely coincide with Japan's ones. We look forward to working together with you and your team toward fulfillment of UNIDO's mission of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم.
Thank you for this intervention, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Götz Schmidt-Brehm, the Permanent Representative of Germany.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in this round of congratulatory statements, a short notice from Germany may be well heard. Germany feels honored that the candidacy of Dr. Gerd Müller has found from the beginning the support of so many countries and, more important, the consensus of all in the end. And as Dr. Müller made it clear in his inaugurational statement, he will not disappoint the expectation to be the Director General of all. He will, as he had it in his remarks, conduct the outreach to those still at the margin, but at the same time concentrate on the chances and the challenges for those who form the body of UNIDO. Building in this context on the work of the parting Director General Young, to whom we owe a lot. Germany wishes that over the coming years, UNIDO will become a strong global influencer for sustainable industrial development in the spirit of SDG 9, the creation of decent jobs, and for an environmentally sound and energy-saving industrial production and the deceleration of climate change. In this context, we look forward to his cooperating with the private sector and other organizations and for building back better for the COVID-19 pandemic. And Dr. Müller named the huge challenge in this context. And Germany will engage to support your work to our best capacities. All the best to Dr. Gerd Müller as the future DG of UNIDO. Thank you.
شكرا على كلمتكم.
Thank you for this intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Alessandro Cortese, the Permanent Representative of Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, following, of course, and fully supporting the EU statement, I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words, to extend on behalf of Italy and also on personal behalf, on my personal basis, the heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller for the appointment as new Director General of UNIDO. Italy, one of the main donors of UNIDO, has supported from the outset your candidature, Dr. Müller, and I can assure you that Italy will continue to support you all the way through the end of your mandate. Your outstanding political experience and your great competence in developing policies is well known to all of us, and also listening to your excellent inaugural speech, we are convinced that you are the right person in the right place at the right time. I wish you all success, Mr. Director General, in your challenging endeavor. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you for your intervention. Now I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Károly Dan, Permanent Representative of Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The statement delivered by the representative of the European Union fully reflects the Hungarian views on the item of the agenda. However, I'd like to add a few notes on this agenda point. We would like to offer to Dr. Gerd Müller our most sincere wishes for a successful 4-year term as Director General of UNIDO. We are convinced that with his commitment, his efforts, and his leadership, the organization will successfully operate in the coming years and will be able to strengthen UNIDO's role among the multilateral organizations. We look forward to working with Dr. Gerd Müller closely to further strengthen Hungary's cooperation with UNIDO and to advance our common objective of fostering inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The government of Hungary remains fully committed to support UNIDO's work and endeavors in the future. And let me add a few personal remarks and say goodbye to the outgoing Director General, Li Yong, a great colleague and a good friend. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمتكم.
Thank you for this intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Nada Kruger, Permanent Representative of Namibia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the government of Namibia, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to extend our warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO, and we pledge Namibia's full support and cooperation throughout his tenure. Dr. Müller, Namibia is confident that under your leadership, UNIDO will continue to advance the aspirations for accelerated, inclusive, sustainable industrial development, and that you will exercise your mandate in promoting the Sustainable Development Goals in a way that benefits all member states, considering our different levels of development. We already heard in your statement that you referred to solidarity with all member states. We also heard, and we do agree with the challenges that you mentioned, namely climate change, the threat of pandemics, demand for food, energy demand, sustainable access to everybody in energy, the agricultural sector, eradication of hunger and food scarcity. Those are issues of great importance to Namibia. We look forward to a continuous strong partnership and cooperation as we move forward the industrial development agenda. We wish you success. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على الكلمة والآن.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Dario Chiru, the Permanent Representative of Panama.
Señor President, as this is the first time I've taken the floor at this General Conference, I would like to convey our warmest congratulations to you on your election to preside over the work of the conference and for the excellent way in which you're leading our work. We wish the Bureau every success for the rest of the conference. Mr. Muller, Panama aligns itself with the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of Peru on behalf of the GRULAC, and in our national capacity, we would like to convey to you our warmest and most sincere congratulations on your election as Director General of UNIDO. We wish you every success in your role. We are certain that with your experience and sensitivity, the organization now has an excellent opportunity to transform the way in which it manages its work and fulfills its mandate. It can raise its level of ambition to address international issues and to assist member states and regions to achieve their respective industrial development plans. In this way, the organization can foster sustainable technologies for MSMEs and, in particular, promote the competitive advantages of economies in transition in line with goals in line with efforts to fulfill SDG 9. Once again, Panama reiterates its belief that multilateralism and international cooperation offer the appropriate pathway for a global recovery from the pandemic. As such, we convey the support of Panama to you as you undertake your role. We express support for UNIDO and for all international organizations' offices in Panama who provide support to the programs and projects geared towards Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Muller, in the role you now face as Director General, you can count on the support of Panama as we strive to strengthen cooperation between UNIDO and Panama in order to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jaideep Mazumdar, the Permanent Representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Government of India, I wish to extend warm congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. It is true that Dr. Müller is the first Director General of this organization that we member states have chosen from the developed West. Nevertheless, it is also true that Dr. Müller's background and long experience as the Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in his country has equipped him with deep understanding of the needs of countries in the developing world and of how important it is for development to be inclusive. And Dr. Müller comes from Germany, an industrial powerhouse and one of the countries in the forefront of the technologies being developed for sustainable industrialization and digital transformation. For all these reasons, you, Dr. Müller, we consider as uniquely qualified to take on this responsibility at the helm of UNIDO at this time. And being uniquely qualified, we, the member states, expect a lot from you. But also, we assure you that you have our unstinted support in the task before you. Your address today has enthused us all. Welcome on board, Dr. Gerd Müller. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا على كلمة.
Thank you for this intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hassan Khadour, the permanent representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
سعادة السفير هل
Your Excellency, are you able to hear us? We're not getting any sound from your side. Unfortunately, we're not receiving you. After your permission, we'll get back to you at a later stage, sir, until the technical issue is resolved. Thank you. And now, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mahinda Jayasinghe, the permanent representative of Sri Lanka.
My delegation wishes to congratulate Dr. Gerhard Müller on his election to the post of Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are confident that your advocacy of advancing international development through UNIDO programs in developing countries, particularly during your tenure as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, will bring the stature to guide UNIDO in the future. Sri Lanka looks forward to your able leadership, where all efforts will be taken to mobilize further international support for UNIDO and its activities to foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We firmly believe that UNIDO will strengthen the partnership to enable a smooth transformation for developing countries to achieve the fourth industrial revolution and their sustainable development goals, while supporting member states in the post-COVID-19 recovery towards building a better future. My delegation assures the fullest support during your mandate to achieve the objectives of UNIDO, and we wish you successful tenure in office. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ahmet Muhtar Gün, the permanent representative of Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Turkey has aligned itself with the statement made on behalf of the European Union. In our national capacity, I extend our sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. We hope that UNIDO, under his leadership and together with member states, will continue to fulfill its mandate in the context of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other guiding documents. This will also help alleviate the challenges stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. We expect closest possible interaction with the new DG to fight against global challenges we face. My delegation will stand ready to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Aftab Ahmed Hoke, the Permanent Representative of Pakistan.
On behalf of the delegation and the government of Pakistan, we wish to express our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. The consensus on his appointment augurs well for the organization. We believe that Dr. Müller, with his vast experience, will steer UNIDO successfully for inclusive and sustainable development for the developing countries. Pakistan believes that due to repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of UNIDO has become even more important. In view of financial constraints of UNIDO, we hope that Dr. Müller would be able to attract funds for the organization for providing sustained support to developing countries to realize the goal of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The focus has to be on job creations to meet the demands of growing young population. We are confident that the new Director General would also be able to enlarge UNIDO membership and bring those countries back who left the organization in order to fulfill the mandate of UNIDO. Today, Dr. Müller has shared his vision with us, which is positive, practical, and promising. We have high expectations. We assure Dr. Müller of our full support during his tenure as Director General and will work with him as partners. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And now I go back and give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador, Permanent Representative of Syria. I give you the floor. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair? Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Mr. Chair, I would like on behalf of the delegation of the Syrian Arab Republic, I would like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller for his election as Director General of UNIDO. And my country's delegation is confident that the diplomatic experience and his professional know-how will qualify him to lead the work of the organization in a competent manner and to face the increasing future challenges, as well as overcome the different constraints that some unilateral impositions are put on the developing countries, and that is in order to also take into consideration the different efforts exerted by states and UN agencies in order to recover the national economies and international development. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your intervention. And now I give the floor to Mr. Bakr Fathallah Hussein from Iraq. I give you the floor, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, my country's delegation and I personally would like to congratulate Dr. Gerhard Müller for his new appointment as Director General for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, for the coming 4 years. And I would like to wish him the success in his guidance and in his leadership of this organization in the coming phase. And we are very confident in his ability to assume that responsibility in light of the different challenges facing our current world. And my country's delegation will fully support the Director General and his staff in order to move forward in the implementation of the strategic plans that you had adopted, namely in developing countries, so that we guarantee that those plans are implemented so that the developing countries go hand in hand with inclusive and sustainable industrial development, as well as the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. And we look forward to more projects and activities within the organization in this Arab region in the coming phases and in the future of the organization's work. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Abdel Muhith, Permanent Representative from Bangladesh. I give you the floor.
Mr. President, on behalf of the government of Bangladesh, I extend our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as the new Director General of the UNIDO. We trust the UNIDO, the member states, all the stakeholders, particularly the LDCs, low-income and developing countries, will be benefited from his wealth of experience, expertise, and commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This has appeared more critical than ever when we are facing an unprecedented pandemic, COVID-19, with no end in sight, exposing global inequalities, hitting our economies and lifestyle hard, prompting a paradigm shift in our individual and collective thinking processes as we are desperately waiting for the post-COVID recovery amidst worsening climatic challenges where sustainable industrial development will play a critical role. Bangladesh delegation assures its full support to the new Director General in discharging his critical responsibilities at this critical junction of the history. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم والآن أعطي الكلمة.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sultan Salman Al Mansouri, Permanent Representative of Qatar. I give you the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me, on behalf of the delegation of the State of Qatar, to congratulate Dr. Gerard Muller on his election as Director General of UNIDO. I would like to wish him the best of success in guiding and managing the works of this organization. I would like to reiterate to the incoming DG the commitment of the State of Qatar in supporting him in implementing the mandate of the UNIDO in order to continue its role in inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And now I give the floor to Mr. Salah Abd al-Shafi, Permanent Representative of Palestine as head of the Arab Group. I give him the floor. Mr. President, the Arab Group would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller, and we see the confidence that member states have given him in being appointed as Director General of UNIDO. The Arab Group reiterates its full support in the works of the Director General so that his mission is a success in implementing the objectives of the organization. The Arab Group knows the many challenges that the Director General is going to face, namely in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the effects on the global economy, and namely on the economies of the developing countries. Thus, the Arab Group looks forward to widening the scope of the UNIDO programs under the mandate of the new Director General, in addition to having more staff from the Arab region, namely in high-ranking positions, and we reiterate and ask for a just geographical distribution and empowerment of women. Thank you. Thank you. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Solano Ortez, Permanent Representative for Costa Rica. I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My country aligns itself with the congratulatory statement delivered by the G77 in China. In our national capacity, we would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment. Your proven experience in promoting and implementing projects in developing countries through a model of effective management and sustainability will be key when facing the new challenges as you lead this organization. As a middle-income country, we hope to participate in and witness a proactive agenda for this group of countries. Even as we go through turbulent times, we must respond as a society to these great challenges and guarantee that no one is left behind. Director General Muller, you have a great challenge to face in front of you, but we trust in your abilities and we wish you every success in your work. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Dominika Kroes, Permanent Representative of Poland. I give you the floor.
President, Director General Dr. Gerd Müller, it's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you as the new Director General of UNIDO on behalf of the government of the Republic of Poland. We are convinced that the years of experience as Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in the government of Germany will help you applying the best standards for the successful, results-oriented and well-organized work in the organization. Many ambitious tasks and challenges await you: acceleration of the fulfillment of the mandate of UNIDO during the time of the pandemic, and scarce resources being the ones among many. You will appreciate Poland's support for the implementation of your plans for sustainable industrial development. Lieber Herr Generaldirektor, guten Rutsch, and all the best for your work. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Hamad Al-Kaabi, Permanent Representative for the United Arab Emirates. I give you the floor, sir.
On the behalf of my government of the United Arab Emirates, I would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller's appointment comes at an important period for UNIDO as the world continues to be challenged by the ongoing pandemic, and as UNIDO takes a leading role in the post-pandemic recovery efforts. Dr. Müller comes with a long and outstanding and unique global experience in the economic development field that will ensure UNIDO continues to play an important role globally, helping member states' development, focusing on inclusive and sustainable industrialization. I listened carefully to Dr. Müller's introduction statement today, highlighting his plans and priorities in the coming years. My delegation fully support this vision, and we will seek to work closely with him to implement it. We wish Dr. Müller every success in his new role and assures him of the full support and cooperation of my country. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mordechai Denis Paul Rodgold, Permanent Representative of Israel.
It is my great honor and pleasure to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his election as the new Director General of UNIDO. Israel and UNIDO have managed together very fruitful cooperation projects over the years, in particular in the agro-business sector, including trainings for UNIDO field personnel by Mashav, the Israeli International Cooperation Agency. This joint cooperation is a solid basis to further strengthen our relations with UNIDO. I am sure there will be ample opportunity to do so under the leadership of Director General Müller. Dear Director General Müller, we wish you and the organization all the best and great strides towards fulfilling the UNIDO mandate and the Sustainable Development Goals. Behatzlacha, viel Erfolg.
Shukran.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Her Excellency Ms. Manizra Bakhtari, Permanent Representative of Afghanistan. I give you the floor, ma'am.
أعطي الكلمة الآن.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Philbert Abaka Johnson, Permanent Representative of Ghana. I give you the floor, sir.
الكلمة لكم سعادة السفيرة تفضل.
So we go to Afghanistan.
Let me first congratulate you and welcome you, Dr. Gerd Müller, on your appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO by the 19th General Conference. Your appointment comes in a time when not only the world is still facing the continued unprecedented global crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, but also at a time when Afghanistan is facing many urgent and diverse needs. The recent developments in Afghanistan have created new challenges towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We are confident that your experience, skill, and dedication will greatly benefit UNIDO, as well as allowing the organization to face the great challenges in Afghanistan. We invite UNIDO to continue providing tailored assistance and technical cooperation in addressing the priorities of Afghanistan, a stand UNIDO member state. We look forward to working closely under your leadership and assure you of our full support. We wish you all success during your tenure as Director General. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Ghana. I give you the floor, sir.
Mr. President, I would like to seize the opportunity to congratulate you on your election and also to assure you of Ghana's support in the discharge of your duties. Ghana joins previous speakers to congratulate Dr. Muller on his appointment as the next Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We would like to assure him of our unflinching support in the discharge of his mandate. Dr. Muller's address this morning has been inspiring and points to the right direction. Dr. Muller's appointment comes at a critical time when global efforts are very much needed to build a better future for the havoc wreaked on human life and the economies of member states by the COVID-19 pandemic. His appointment is therefore an indication of the confidence reposed in him to lead this noble organization, whose role is essential in bringing about the change we need. A change that would also guarantee health for all through the development of the capacities of developing countries. Consequently, we expect that Dr. Muller's leadership towards recovery from the pandemic will be hinged on credible efforts to accelerate sustainable industrial development in developing countries and economies in transition. We look forward to an aggressive implementation of the IDDA3 through the transformation of industrial capacities of African countries to become locations of competitive industrial production, so that the fourth industrial revolution would also not be a mirage for us. Dr. Muller can count on Ghana's support in leading UNIDO to foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states, especially in developing countries. Ghana looks forward to working closely with Dr. Muller and wishes him every success in his new endeavor. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Dina Joy D. Amatong, Permanent Representative of the Philippines. I give you the floor, ma'am.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Republic of the Philippines, please allow me to extend our sincerest congratulations and warmest welcome to Dr. Gerd Müller as the new Director General of UNIDO. The Philippines is confident that under the stewardship of DG Müller, he will further improve the efficiency and effectiveness of UNIDO in accomplishing its mandate, particularly in relation to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I also wish to reiterate our assurance that the Philippines is committed to working closely with UNIDO and DG Müller as a strong partner in the pursuit of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Towards this end, we look forward to an early and substantive engagement with the Director General to discuss the development priorities of the country. As we approach the conclusion of the first country programming Philippines and UNIDO in 2023, our delegation is very keen on exploring ways to further enhance this collaboration, particularly in the face of the challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, the Philippines wishes Dr. Müller nothing but success in leading UNIDO onwards to the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Elena Rafti, Permanent Representative of Cyprus. I give you the floor, ma'am.
Cyprus aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union, but I would like to add some brief remarks in a national capacity. On behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, I would like to warmly congratulate Dr. Müller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO and wish him every success in fulfilling his high duties. Dr. Müller takes up the responsibility for steering UNIDO at a critical juncture for the organization as well as for the global development agenda at a time when the global COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the well-being and economic prosperity of all of our societies. Decisive, effective action is needed to build more sustainable and resilient economies and societies, as well as to reshape industrial development towards environmentally sound technologies, while continuing the efforts towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to stress the strongly held conviction of this delegation that the promotion of gender equality and women's economic empowerment is key to achieving the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and is crucial in UNIDO's efforts. All of the above require cooperation and partnerships between governments, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector. We are confident that Dr. Müller will further enhance UNIDO's pivotal role in this regard. The Republic of Cyprus reaffirms its support to UNIDO and its new Director General and stands ready to contribute towards an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير إريك أندرسون.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Anderson of Peru. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the government of Peru, and in my own capacity, I would like to sincerely congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller, you are assuming leadership of UNIDO at a difficult time globally marked by the pandemic. The role of UNIDO will have a special importance as it assists all member states to achieve sustainable, inclusive, and innovative development, which will allow us to achieve well-being and prosperity for our peoples. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to share and make available to the new Director General the experience of my country through the PCP. And we would like to say that the vision he expressed this morning is one that we share. In that vision, Dr. Müller can count on the support of Peru. Thank you very much, Dr. Müller. Thank you, President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير أمين بابيكيان.
I now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Armenia, His Excellency Mr. Armen Pepikyan.
Okay, we have to go to the next one, sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one. Sorry. So Egypt we go. Okay, we have to go to the next one
أعطي الكلمة الآن
I now give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Hamdi Mohammed Al Molia, Permanent Representative of Egypt. We will hear from Armenia a little later. Egypt now.
Much, Mr. President. On behalf of Egypt's delegation and government, I would like to present our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Miller for his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. We're confident that despite the global crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Muller will be more than capable of steering UNIDO efficiently, considering his wide expertise and wisdom. We trust that there are plenty of issues that will require the support of the member states to assist the new Director General, and we would like to assure him of our full support during his tenure. Egypt is optimistic that the coming period will witness a continuation of the progress achieved under the tenure of Mr. Lee Young, and is quite confident that substantial efforts will continue to be dedicated to the African continent and the Middle East region. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor His Excellency Mr. Luis Javier Campuziano, Permanent Representative of Mexico.
Mi país.
Chair, my country adheres to the statement made by GRULAC, and on an individual basis would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller on his election as the next Director General of UNIDO. We're sure that he will get down to work from day one based on the experience and vision shown throughout his professional career, and especially as Minister for Economic and Development Cooperation in Germany. My delegation hopes that the new Director General will build upon established foundations, will review whichever processes are necessary, and will work hand in hand with member states to deal with immediate challenges and shore up the industrial transitions of our countries in an inclusive and sustainable way. It is no secret that UNIDO has before it some very ambitious benchmarks. It has to respond to the COVID-19 crisis with vaccinations and medical equipment on an equitable basis. It has to speed up towards the transition towards industries that are respectful of the environment and which will trigger economic growth and combat poverty and inequality, and fulfill the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Accord. We believe that Dr. Muller will be able to fulfill these ambitions, and under his leadership, UNIDO will develop services of excellence and will become the backbone of global conversations on industry. Dr. Muller, you have the support and confidence of Mexico to achieve, all of us together, results which will tangibly change the lives of all our citizens. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will now give the floor to Armenia.
سنعود مرة أخرى إلى أرمينيا.
We will return to Armenia later, and now I will give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Tanzania.
Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania aligns itself with the statement delivered by Costa Rica on behalf of the Group 77 and China. Mr. President, it is my honor to extend on behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. His appointment comes at an opportune time when there is a dire need to lead the urgent agenda to ensure we achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development that is more equitable and sustainable, especially in responding to the interconnected health, economic, environment, development, and ecological crises confronting the humanity today. Mr. President, my delegation is confident that with the outstanding experience of Dr. Muller, he will lead UNIDO to successfully deliver its mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly for the developing countries. His successor, Mr. Lee Yong, has done a tremendous work of which we believe he will take forward the work to greater heights, particularly in supporting developing countries and the LDCs industrial development through country program and the program for country partnership, that is PCP. Mr. President, in closing, we have heard Mr. Muller this morning, and I would like simply to reiterate the full support of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to the new Director General and assure him my delegation's cooperation during his tenure. Thank you. Asante sana.
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير.
Thank you. I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Suleiman Daula Umar, Permanent Representative of Nigeria.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. My delegation wishes to join other delegations in congratulating Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as the Director General of UNIDO and wish to assure him of our full support and cooperation while remaining confident that his experience, skill, and dedication will come to bear on his tenure to remain both resilient and aligned with the priorities of member states. We encourage the new DG to remain resilient to the negative impacts of the COVID-19 in order to continue to deliver and remain supportive to member states who remain hopeful and committed to achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير. وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة السفير.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jesse Chacon, Permanent Representative of Venezuela.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Venezuela also adheres to the statement made by G77 and China and GRULAC. Chair, on behalf of the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, we would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller on his election as Director General of UNIDO. Venezuela would like to express just how important we consider UNIDO to be. It is an essential ally for the development of sustainable industry. It is the only UN system body focused on that subject. We would like to invite the Director General, the new Director General, to accompany the Venezuelan people on their journey to overcome obstacles caused not just by COVID, but an inhuman, unfair, and illegal coercive measures, the result of which have led to a 99% reduction in our country's income. Despite those difficulties, Venezuela is working hard. We are focused on people, and we believe that UNIDO is an essential stakeholder which is an expert in both knowledge and best practices for industrial development. Once again, we would like to welcome the new Director General and reassure him that he can count on Venezuela on the path to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Chad Blackman, Permanent Representative of Barbados.
سنعود فيما بعد لبربادوس والآن.
Okay, we will try and get in contact with Barbados later. And I will now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Laura Faxas, Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic.
Buenas.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your election. On behalf of the Dominican Republic and on my own behalf, I would like to congratulate Dr. Mullah on his appointment as new Director General of UNIDO, and I'd like to bid him a very warm welcome. We know that Mr. Mullah is taking the helm of UNIDO at a very difficult time for humanity in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and with new challenges at the heart of the international agenda. The role of UNIDO in the post-pandemic era is essential. Industrialization with value chains for developing countries, the circular economy, e-commerce are at the heart of our country's agendas. And UNIDO has to help with those challenges. I believe that in these circumstances, there will be new opportunities for UNIDO to play a pivotal role with regards to the international agenda. We are convinced that with your experience in the field of development and cooperation, Dr. Mullah, you will be able to give impetus to UNIDO and its work, and you will be able to raise the profile of developing countries. And we'd like to pledge all our support to you, and on our country's agenda, UNIDO has a leading role to play. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير على كلمتكم والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. And I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Azzedine Farhan, Permanent Representative of Morocco.
سنعود للمغرب فيما بعد والآن.
We will try and connect to Morocco later, and I will now give the floor to Armenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for this
connection problem that we are facing. But on behalf of the government of Armenia and on my behalf, I would like to extend warm and heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the next Director General of UNIDO. We are confident that his leadership skills, dedication to the goals of this organization, and rich experience in the field of multilateral and development cooperation will further contribute to the fulfillment of UNIDO's mandate for sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Dr. Müller, we took note of priorities outlined in your inaugural speech to tackle the challenges we face and look forward to working with you for building a better future with innovation and digitalization, sustainable and circular energy and environment management as its drivers. Once again, we congratulate you, Director General, wish you all the best and every success, and express Armenia's full support in fulfilling your important and demanding mission. Allow me also to express to Director General Li Yong our profound appreciation for his dedication to UNIDO and skillful guiding of the organization throughout his tenure. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
شكرا سعادة السفير. والآن أعطي الكلمة لسعادة السفير.
Thank you. I now call upon Guatemala, His Excellency Mr. Estuardo Roldan Barrias.
We will go back to Guatemala later on. I give the floor now to His Excellency Mr. Ikram bin Mohd Ibrahim, the Permanent Representative of Malaysia.
On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, I join other speakers in extending our heartiest congratulations and warm felicitations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO. Dr. Müller's assumption to this important position is a clear testament of the complete confidence that we, the member states, have in him and his ability to lead this organization. In this regard, the vision that he just shared with us bodes well indeed for our common purpose. Rest assured, Malaysia and my delegation here will work closely with Dr. Müller in fulfilling his mandate, including achieving the global aspiration of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement commitments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Azzeddin Farhan, the Permanent Representative of Morocco. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I would like to extend to Dr. Gerd Müller my sincere congratulations on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. I am confident that your appointment will be the best opportunity to bring to this distinguished organization your rich experience and valuable competence, as well as your clear vision in implementing the objective of 2030 agenda and achieving inclusive and sustainable development in all developing countries, mainly in Africa, through PCP that can be concrete drivers of economic development in African countries. Moreover, we have significant challenges in crucial areas such as climate change, energy transition, food security, digitalization, gender equality, jobs creation, poverty eradication. All these sectors represent our shared priorities and require, therefore, global cooperation and tangible solidarity to build back better, particularly in this difficult time of ongoing pandemic. To conclude, allow me, Mr. Director General, to wish you all success in your future endeavors and assure you of the Kingdom of Morocco support to fulfill your mission in achieving our common goal of inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Barbara Masufa, Permanent Representative of Lesotho.
Señor Presidente.
Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election as chair to guide our work throughout this conference. Dr. Mula, on behalf of the government of Guatemala, we would like to congratulate you on your election as Director General of UNIDO, whilst we wish you every success throughout your term. We are facing a series of challenges. There are difficulties in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, exacerbated now by the COVID-19 pandemic. We must seek mechanisms to promote the industrial development of our countries and therefore reduce the indices of poverty and inequality. And we are counting on you, Dr. Muller. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Rosa Rodriguez Coelho, Permanent Representative of Angola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to take this opportunity to add my voice to the congratulatory statements that preceded me, particularly those of the chair of the Group 77 in China and chair of the African Group. I would like to express once again my congratulations to you, Dr. Muller, for your appointment as Director General of UNIDO. In this context, Angola is confident that Dr. Muller has the necessary qualities to lead these important international organizations and hopes that under his leadership, a particular attention will be paid to developing countries, and in particular, the African countries, towards reducing the industrial development asymmetries through the strengthening of ongoing projects, in particular, IDA 3 and the various PCPs. Finally, I would like to express the strong support of the government of Angola in materializing this intention. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Permanent Representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ireland fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We also would like to thank Director General Lee Young for his sterling work in strengthening the organisation. Ireland promises full and steadfast support for Director General Muller and UNIDO as we face a gamut of development challenges ranging from post-COVID recovery through post-industrial development to global inequality and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Russia.
Повторюсь, господин председатель.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make this statement on behalf of the Ambassador of the Russian Federation and permanent representative to the international organizations in Vienna. Mr. Mueller, the Russian Federation adds its own voice to the words of congratulations addressed to you on your election as Director General of UNIDO. This testifies to the international community's acknowledgement of your high professional qualities, your rich experience in intergovernmental activity, and your understanding of international processes. And we hope that all of this will allow us to step up the role of this organization in promoting inclusive and sustainable international industrial development, and also to address the post-COVID situation. We express our willingness to continue with our constructive cooperation with UNIDO in the interests of effective and timely addressing of the social and economic international agenda. Once again, we congratulate you, Mr. Mueller, on your election as Director General of this organization. Thank you.
I thank you. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Shahid Blackman, the Permanent Representative of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the outset, given that this is the first time Barbados is taking the floor, we wish to take the opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as President of this 19th session of the General Conference. We wish to join others at this time in congratulating Mr. Gerd Muller as the new Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And in this regard, we also take the opportunity to thank Mr. Lee Young for his former stewardship of the organization. Mr. President, we fully associate ourselves with the statement of the Group of 77 in China. Barbados recognizes that the organization is facing many challenges in this period of economic turmoil and disruptions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The global climate challenges also emphasize that the contribution of UNIDO to achieving sustainable industrial development is more relevant now than ever before. We are fully confident that a new Director General will build on the work of his predecessors and ensure that the work of the organization is relevant to current and future issues and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, in closing, Barbados wishes to assure the Director General of our full support and continued support and wish him every success in fulfilling the task ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to Mr. Jean-Marc Flückiger, Deputy Permanent Representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We warmly welcome the nomination of Mr. Gerd Mueller as the new Director General of UNIDO. Switzerland fully believes that his immense experience throughout his professional career will really enable us to strengthen the position of UNIDO within the United Nations family and to improve its profile. We also hope that Mr. Mueller will be able to bring back some of the countries that left UNIDO in the recent years. Switzerland sees UNIDO as an important partner in the area of quality infrastructure and sustainable production and effective use of resources. We welcome Mr. Mueller's vision to make this organization into an interface for sustainable industrial production and the fight against overconsumption of resources. We wish Mr. Mueller an excellent start to his functions, and we look forward to strong cooperation. You may count upon Switzerland's full support. Herzlichen Dank. Thank you.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Carlos Aragon de la Serna, Deputy Permanent Representative of Spain.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Spain aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union, and in our national capacity, we would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as Director General of UNIDO. He is doing so at a difficult time and when UNIDO must play an important role on the global agenda linked to climate change and fair development following COVID. We are sure that under Dr. Muller's leadership, UNIDO will achieve its goals, and you can count on Spain for support. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Ms. Faiza Al-Siabi, Deputy Permanent Representative of Oman. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, the delegation of the Sultanate of Oman would like to congratulate Mr. Müller and the government of Germany on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO for the coming period. We wish Mr. Müller full success in his endeavors. This delegation looks forward to new achievements under his tenure, and we assure him of our full support. My delegation would also like to express its appreciation of the efforts and achievements deployed by Mr. Lee Yong in enhancing the role of UNIDO during his tenure as Director General of the organization. We also wish Mr. Lee Yong all success in his future life and endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Yoon, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the new Director General of the organization. The Republic of Korea is convinced that his expertise and experience in the field would serve as a rich background that would help foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. My delegation remains convinced that Dr. Müller will build and work as a bridge among UNIDO member states and find a solution to closing the gaps of industrial development between developed and developing countries. It is our sincere hope that with the distinguished leadership of Dr. Müller, we will bring back the former members of the organization and thereby seek reinvigoration of UNIDO at this critical juncture. I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that the Republic of Korea extends its full support in the fulfillment of Dr. Müller's vision at the helm of the organization. As a responsible stakeholder, we will continue to work for the better good of the global community. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Francis Hain, Deputy Permanent Representative of Burkina Faso.
Thank you. On behalf of Burkina Faso, I would like to express my warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General, and we wish him every success. I have no doubt that UNIDO will maintain its course and its professionalism in serving the interests of all member states, particularly developing countries and LDCs. We firmly believe that in the face of the challenges we face, that Mr. Müller's wealth of professional experience will allow him to deploy his capacities at the service of UNIDO in order to step up its role in promoting inclusive and sustainable development for all. I'd like to reiterate my country's full support for the work that will be done by Mr. Muller's teams in order to come up with responses and solutions for member states' challenges. We address our encouragement and our wishes for success for your future mission, Mr. Muller. Thank you.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mrs. Alicia Goto Vasquez, Deputy Permanent Representative of Paraguay.
On behalf of the Republic of Paraguay, we would like to welcome Dr. Gerd Müller as Director General of UNIDO and wish him every success. We urge him to focus on making UNIDO into a global forum for the discussion of industrial policies to the benefit of developing economies, focusing on research and development, perceived value, delivery systems, brand image, etc. We request Dr. Müller to pay a special attention to the difficulties faced by countries in Latin America and the Caribbean whose populations, economies, and health systems have been seriously affected by COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Hassani from the Permanent Representative of Iran.
President, on behalf of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his assumption for new responsibilities as the new Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are committed to further support and looking forward to establishing with new DG constructive and productive cooperation. Mr. Müller's appointment comes at a time when the world needs a fierce and proactive advocate for sustainable development through international cooperation, policy coherence, and multilateral response to the serious challenges of our era, and at a special point in time that needs a great recovery after COVID-19 pandemic. Let me assure you that the Islamic Republic of Iran remains deeply committed to the UNIDO and it believes that UNIDO core mandate, which is sustainable development in the member states, needs to be strengthened further. We stand ready to engage with Mr. Müller and his team to further improve the noble cause of UNIDO and its mandate. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم وأعطي الكلمة.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Basila, First Counselor in the Permanent Mission of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président.
Sir, we would like to address our sincere congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his nomination as Director General of this organization. He may rest assured that we will offer our full support to him in striving for the ambitious objectives that he has set for the organization, which are fully in line with the challenges we face. In the current pandemic context, which is causing inestimable damage to the world economy, UNIDO stands to play a very important role in supporting the most vulnerable countries in supporting their efforts to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development. For our part, Senegal places great hopes in our cooperation with UNIDO in terms of relaunching our economy and our pharmaceutical industry. We wish you every success. Thank you.
شكرا.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Khalid Boudan, Counselor in the Permanent Mission of Algeria. I would like, on behalf of the Algerian delegation, to express our deepest congratulation and appreciation for Dr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We are fully confident that he will enable this organization to improve its position and push forward the inclusive and sustainable industrial development to higher level. We wish him all success, and we call upon him to create channels of dialogue with member states in order to discuss ideas concerning industrial development in general, particularly in developing countries and especially African countries, and to address the flaws and imbalances in the technical cooperation program, which still need improvement in order to promote the activities of this organization. In conclusion, I reassure Mr. Gerd Müller once again of the support of Algeria with our wishes to him for success. Thank you. I thank you, and I now give the floor to Ms. Iman Gittiti, the Counselor at the Permanent Mission of Tunisia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of my country, Tunisia, I express our best congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We assure him of our full cooperation during his mandate. We look towards his wide experience in order to improve the abilities of UNIDO to achieve the inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly in developing countries and in within the COVID issue. And we wish him all appreciation, all our congratulations. I apologize. Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Ms. Rula Afifi, Counselor at the State of Palestine Mission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our delegation would like to express our deep congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller for his appointment as Director General. We assure him of our complete cooperation with him in order to achieve the objectives of this organization. We are fully confident that Dr. Müller will be a qualitative change because of his wide international experience in development, particularly in developing countries. So we look towards improving the levels of cooperation between him and the State of Palestine during his mandate. Thank you. I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Eko Kahianto, Director General of Industrial Resilience in Indonesia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, His Excellency, Mr. Gerd Müller, Indonesia would like to congratulate you as a new Director General of UNIDO. Indonesia is aware of the difficult tasks that may lay ahead for the new Director General. The COVID-19 and its mutation are still halting the development of industry. UNIDO's roles to help member states to mitigate the devastating impacts of the pandemic are important than ever. Indonesia stands ready to engage with His Excellency Müller and team, especially to implement the Indonesia UNIDO Country Program 2021-2025. Recover together, recover stronger. I thank you.
شكرا على كلمتكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن.
I thank you for your statement, and I now give the floor to the Third Secretary of the Permanent Mission of South Africa. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Africa joins other member states in warmly congratulating Dr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We would like to express our confidence in his ability to steer the organization in a manner that would contribute meaningfully to the achievement of Agenda 2030. We assure him of our full cooperation and willingness to work alongside him for the betterment of the organization and its member states. In doing so, we would like to encourage the Director General to ensure that developing countries remain at the heart of the industrialization agenda, to ensure that they reap the socio-economic benefits of the fourth industrial revolution and recover from setbacks suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Industrial development remains crucial for Africa's development and economic growth, and it is imperative that UNIDO remains a key partner in assisting the continent transition to its full potential without negatively impacting the livelihoods of those employed in some of its most vulnerable sectors. We look forward to the next 4 years of fruitful cooperation in fulfillment of UNIDO's mandate. I thank you.
شكرا لك.
I thank you, and I now give the floor to Mr. Luis El Bono, Deputy Permanent Representative of the United States. You have the floor.
Greetings, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished colleagues. I'm pleased to participate today as an observer to the 19th UNIDO General Conference. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the United States, I'd like to extend a warm congratulations to the Director General, Gerd Müller. Dr. Müller brings a wealth of knowledge, skills, and experience to this role. Also brings a new vision to UNIDO based on environmentally sustainable industrial development. And the United States is confident that Dr. Müller will help member states to achieve equitable, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. I thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you a productive conference.
شكرا لكم على
I thank you for your statement, and I now give the floor to Mr. Wenming Liu, Director General of INBAR.
Distinguished Mr. Gerd Müller, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to offer my warmest congratulations to the new Director General of UNIDO on behalf of the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR. INBAR and UNIDO's relationship dates back 2 decades ago. Just last month, our two organizations signed a relationship agreement. INBAR would like to work together with UNIDO to contribute to the UNIDO's problematic frameworks, including UNIDO's third industrial development decade for Africa. We are confident that with the experiences of Mr. Müller in international economic cooperation and development, we will be able to fulfill our commitments. Let me conclude by wishing Mr. Müller a great success in his new post. Thank you.
شكرا لك.
I thank you for your statement. And with this, we now conclude our consideration of item 6 of our agenda, the appointment of the Director General, and we thus conclude our morning session, and we shall resume our deliberation at 3 p.m. With a plenary session in this hall and using the interpretation platform and with the general meeting before 4:30. This meeting is adjourned.
Sorry for this back and forth. Sometimes the communication is
it's normal.
19th session of the General Conference. Before we take up our work, I would like to remind you that the main committee will take place from 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in Boardroom D on the 4th floor of the C building. I'm pleased now to announce that we will begin the donor meeting. I invite the moderator and the speakers of the donor meeting to proceed to the podium. We will continue with the general debate at 4:30 p.m. in this very room and on Interprefy.
A very warm welcome to all of you to today's event, the 5th installment of the donor meeting, Scaling Up Impact Through Innovative Partnerships. I'm Bethany Bell, and it's my pleasure to be the moderator today. This event aims to shed light on how different approaches to funding and programming can promote increased flexibility, efficiency, transparency, accountability, and development results in UNIDO's work with member states and development partners in order to build a better future and accelerate progress towards the SDGs. I'm pleased and honored that we are joined today by a set of distinguished panelists who will share their expertise and insights on their work with the organization to provide inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Before we begin, I'm delighted to invite the UNIDO Director General, Lee Yong, to join us and provide some opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us at this 5th UNIDO Donors Meeting. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this important event. In my 8 years as a Director General of UNIDO, you, our partners, have shared your vision, guidance, and expertise, which was critically important for us to effectively serve our member states. Over this period, UNIDO has witnessed continuous increase in demand for its services. We have done our utmost to strengthen our capacity to deliver effectively and also transparently for the good of people and the planet. Only through the close cooperation and the generous financial contributions of our funding partners could we advance the inclusive and sustainable industrial development around the world. Notably, this has been achieved in a period of significant challenges. For that, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thank each and every governmental and institutional donor. Today's event provides a unique opportunity to acknowledge these valuable contributions, and I look forward to listen to some of our funding partners who will share the experiences working with UNIDO. While this event cannot cover each and every valued contribution, it will showcase a number of exemplary initiatives funded by Italy, Japan, Sweden, Switzerland, and the European Union to highlight how the different approaches to funding and the programming can be increased, the flexibility, efficiency, transparency, accountability, and the result of the UNIDO's work. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the member states and development partners comprising the UNIDO's donor community are diverse but unified in their commitment to the contribution of UNIDO to the achievement of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and to building a better future. The COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating socio-economic impact have seriously jeopardized the achievements of the 2030 Agenda, including efforts to end all forms of poverty, fight inequality, and tackle climate change. And the effects of the crisis can be long-lasting and severe unless the global response focuses on the robust, sustainable recovery on economic, societal, and climate resilience. I cannot say it often enough. We achieve sustainable, inclusive solutions to the current challenges only through inclusive multilateralism that draws on governments, the private sector, local and regional authorities, civil society and academia, as well as the strong multilateral institutions. With this in mind, it has been the honor to lead an organization where the member states emphasize the key role of ISID and of the partnerships with the private sector to achieve development results. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the challenges of today and of the future are interlinked and a global nature. And countries look to the multilateral organizations such as UNIDO for scalable and impactful solutions through innovative approaches for funding and programming and partnerships. UNIDO works closely with member states and the funding partners to further its transition towards more programmatic, impact-driven approaches to foster transformational change and deliver development impact towards the SDGs. Programmatic approaches optimized by the Program for Country Partnership represent the most efficient, effective model for accelerating ISID in member states. I'm proud of what we have accomplished through the Program for Country Partnership introduced in 2014. The PCP portfolio has grown to 12 countries, and with Nigeria recently becoming the newest PCP approved for development, many additional countries have expressed their interest to initiate a PCP. Key to delivering our target solutions, including the PCP, is effective resource mobilization. Besides the strengthening the long-lasting and solid cooperation with existing partners, as well as the valuable resources from the Global Environment Facility Multilateral Fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, we have succeeded further diversify and scale up our engagement with the non-governmental funding partners in recent years. For example, we signed an agreement with World Bank Group in 2016 to enable borrowers to access UNIDO expertise. We further concluded a similar agreement with African Development Bank in 2018. And yet another milestone was reached in 2020 when UNIDO became an accredited aid entity to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. Through these accreditations, we hope to achieve higher impact in supporting our member states in their fight against the climate change. I would also like to highlight the importance of UN Funding Compact, agreed by the ECOSOC in 2019. It is a significant step towards coordinated, collective, integrated results of the UN system on the ground. To that end, the UN member states committed to doubling their resources through the development-related interagency pooled funds and a single-agency thematic fund. The funding compact is a landmark in the transformation of the United Nations development system and reinforcing the multilateral financing system for the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, as I'm addressing the UNIDO donors meeting for the last time, allow me to share some thoughts on the future. The Secretary General of the United Nations called on all sectors of society to to mobilize for the decade of action to accelerate sustainable solutions to the world's greatest challenges. With the COVID-19 pandemic, undoing progress and threatening the achievement of SDGs, the time for action is now. We have 8 years to go. I trust in you to continue supporting UNIDO in building a better future for all, promoting industrialization pathways that advance inclusive growth and innovation, reduce inequalities, safeguard the environment and the climate, foster digital and green transitions, and promote resilience against the crisis. Throughout my 8 years as Director General of this organization, I have been encouraged by the commitment of the funding partners and the organization's contribution to international development on behalf of the UNIDO, but also on behalf of the beneficiaries of our services. Allow me to conclude by once again sincerely thank all donors to UNIDO programs and projects and other related activities. It is my sincere hope that you, in the spirit of multilateralism, will extend the same level of support and the generosity to my successor, Mr. Muller, new DG of UNIDO. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Director General, for these comments and for highlighting the importance of international cooperation to advance industrialization globally in support of realizing the 2030 Agenda. Now, before we introduce our distinguished panelists, we have a short video to share.
As the world works to contain the COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating impact, poverty, unemployment, and inequality remain major challenges. Climate change poses an ever greater threat to human development and security, forcing countries to redesign their economies. Structural transformation without a climate-neutral, resilient, and digitized industry is no longer viable. Now more than ever, we need jobs, growth, and prosperity. Green policies, innovative technologies, and production processes are required to face climate change and withstand future global crises. With less than 10 years to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the international community must forge reliable partnerships and accelerate action to tackle the challenges of our time. Mandated to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, UNIDO provides the foundation upon which our shared goals can be achieved. For over 50 years, UNIDO has led successful collaborations with member states and development partners in all global regions. Through our partners' targeted financial contributions, we advance economic competitiveness, create shared prosperity, and safeguard the environment, improving the lives of millions around the world. UNIDO is stepping up its work with funding partners, taking innovative, impact-driven approaches to resource mobilization. We create partnerships for more flexibility, efficiency, transparency, and accountability to deliver transformational change for our member states. With the support of donor governments, intergovernmental and international organizations, international financial institutions, the private sector, civil society, and academia, we are committed to building a better future for all.
So, as we've seen, we're experiencing right now, the world is facing unprecedented crises. In today's panel, we're going to discuss how UNIDO works with its member states and partners with the aim of building a better future for all. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists for today's discussion. Mr. Stefano Dotto of the European Union, His Excellency Ambassador Norio Maruyama of Japan, Mr. Martin Saladin of Switzerland, Mr. Alberto Gianni of Italy, and Ms. Jessica Magnusson of Sweden. Welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us virtually. I'd like to turn, first of all, to Switzerland, as I'm aware that our panelists can't be with us for all of this meeting. UNIDO has a long history of fruitful cooperation with Switzerland, which has been a very strong supporter and partner of the organization ever since joining in 1985. Mr. Martin Saladin is the head of operations at the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, also known as SECO. Welcome. Now,
Thank you.
Mr. Saladin is joining us today to discuss the Global Quality and Standards Program, known as GQSP, as well as the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, also known as GEIPP. Now, these are two flagship initiatives of the Swiss-funded portfolio at UNIDO that are at the forefront of innovation and aim to achieve system change. Notably, both initiatives take a global programmatic approach that's comprised of tailored, country-specific interventions. GQSP identifies quality-related challenges and makes targeted interventions at every stage of the value chain, thus increasing compliance with international market requirements and ultimately helping countries to engage in global trade. GEIPP aims to demonstrate the viability and benefits of eco-industrial park approaches in better integrating industries and their surroundings and in scaling up resource productivity, as well as improving economic, environmental, and social performances of businesses. Mr. Saladin, these global programs are the result of many years of successful collaboration between UNIDO and SECO. Where do you see the advantages of global programs, and why do you think they are successful?
Well, thank you very much, Bethany, for this question and for the opportunity to address the audience here. Well, I think global programs are innovative approaches, combining national efforts and adding value through a global knowledge management component. And advantages are multifold, in my opinion. First one would be synergies. Global programs allow to make the best use of synergies. This reduces the costs, benefits the stakeholders, and ultimately ensures real impact. The two levels of the global programs allow us to identify synergies, address them, and thereby increase efficiency and effectiveness. A second advantage, in my opinion, is experience sharing. Sharing of best practices and experiences between countries benefits all stakeholders. Peer learning is key to success, as the realities of the countries are often similar. Many countries have to learn from peers rather than developed economies, as the challenges are closer to their own. And a third advantage I would see is the creation of global public goods. UNIDO, being a United Nations agency, is in a unique position to convene global partners and assume through leadership in technical areas such as quality infrastructure development. And the global tools and methodologies developed under the global program have a far-reaching impact and will be used by multiple development partners and beneficiaries for years to come. And all these efforts come together, of course, in the UNIDO Knowledge Hub, an interactive online platform, including latest news, interactive tools and specialized methodologies, technical guidance, online training from the areas covered by the programs, namely quality and standards and eco-industrial park approaches. Ultimately, the online platform benefits not only the stakeholders of the programs, but reaches an audience beyond the direct beneficiaries, thereby advocating for the relevance of and facilitating the uptake of quality, standards, and sustainable industrial development worldwide. I think that's about the most important points to that question.
Thank you very much indeed. And before moving on to the next question, we'll have some short remarks on the GEIPP from Ms. Erica Castro, who's the administrator of the Cauca Free Trade Zone in Colombia. Kindly note that this video message will be delivered in Spanish and that interpretation is provided.
Una cosa súper importante y chévere fue la identificación.
Most of these companies have been installed here for about 25 years. A very important thing was the identification of synergies that can be created among the companies of the industrial park. So when these companies have an operational dynamic, we weren't aware of these synergies. And thanks to the GEIPP, we have identified them. We now have 14 synergies identified. Some of them already have a follow-up on how they can be improved or how they can be restructured to have a better impact. The training has not only supported our free trade zone and the companies that are installed internally, but also those in neighboring companies. So we've had a greater area of influence throughout this GEIPP program. Free trade zones are created to generate development in the regions where they are installed. So this really is a great opportunity for this type of industrial park to migrate to the eco-industrial park model. And so we can really contribute to a more sustainable development of the productive chain and help to protect our planet within our industrial parks.
Well, as we've just seen in that message from Colombia, ultimately the beneficiaries of UNIDO and SECO technical cooperation efforts are national stakeholders, local government, technical institutions, SMEs and local communities. Mr. Saladin, how can it be ensured that large-scale programs benefit stakeholders on the ground?
Well, I think indeed that such programs have an additional global focus to ensure that what works in one country can benefit another country in a similar situation. And one of the key principles of the program approach is to collect information, data, feedback, and experiences from the countries, codify the knowledge, and develop globally applicable guidance, tools, and methodologies. All country-level projects have their own project documents with associated goals, results when it comes to outputs and outcomes. And this is important to ensure country-level interventions remain relevant and tailored to each country's development objectives and benefit stakeholders on the ground. In addition, the programs have key sets of program-level indicators that are collected regularly to ensure progress. And in addition, we see an increased efficiency within the operations of global programs at the country level. Harmonized mechanisms, procedures, and access to technical knowledge enhance the efficiency and effectiveness on the ground. This ultimately benefits the countries that get the best out of their respective projects. And this allows the programs to upscale impact in the countries, ultimately adding value to the activities and benefiting national stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could follow up with that, looking to the future, what would you like to see and what are the ambitions to scale up impact and efficiency in the Swiss partnership with UNIDO?
Well, thank you for that one. That's an important point. I would say the first phase of the global programs has been highly successful. This has been confirmed by the stakeholders in the countries, as the lady before from Colombia, and is also reflected in the respective program evaluations. SECO is considering to continue its efforts along the same lines, taking advantage of the lessons learned from the current phase for future activities. The Global Quality and Standards Program then, and the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program allowed us to consolidate our efforts, upscale our impact and identify where we can do better, and we trust that our efforts can be continued. The preparation of the next program phases is underway, taking into account experiences, lessons learned, and the needs of the stakeholders, which evolve over time. And some of the features for further stages of the programs include, first, a simpler programming structure has proven successful. A separate global knowledge development component with administratively separated but integrated country-level projects has also proven successful. And the approach creates ownership at all levels among beneficiaries, SECO country representations, and UNIDO. Second, the use of a uniform country-level project logical framework, ensuring coherent programming that can also be supported by programs for ensuring peer learning. And third, but not last, capitalize on the previous work done from the previous 2 decades with needs and technical assessment templates in place. In general, program management and coordination require dedicated resources and personnel, and we are very convinced of that. We believe that continuation is key to sustainable impact, while continuous improvement is the key to success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Saladin, for sharing your time and insights with us today. I know you have another meeting to go to now. It's been very, very interesting to hear from you and to hear more about SECO's relationship with UNIDO and about Switzerland's approach to delivering development impact. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you. Back to you. All the best. Thanks.
Well, our next speaker represents the European Union, with which UNIDO enjoys a long-standing, multifaceted partnership. The partners share the same multilateral vision to achieve inclusive, sustainable industrial development and growth, while supporting the most vulnerable, especially women and youth, with the aim to leave no one behind. Mr. Stefano Dotto is the head of sector for climate change, energy, environment, and transport within the regional programs Neighbourhood South in the Directorate General for Neighbourhood and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission. And Mr. Dotto joins us this afternoon to discuss the Switch Med programme, a regional flagship initiative implemented in 8 South Mediterranean countries: Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, Palestine, and Tunisia. It aims to stimulate the creation of new and greater business opportunities and decent employment at the same time, reducing the environmental footprint of economic activities in the region. Through the second phase of the programme, the EU and UNIDO are working to help industries become more resource and energy efficient, increase productivity, reduce pollution, and provide access to international markets with good quality products. Now, before we hear from Mr. Dotto, we have a short video message from a project partner in Egypt, the Chief Operating Officer at Barrick.
The biggest benefits for the circular economy in Egypt is definitely job creation, resource saving, and dependency of the imported raw materials needed for manufacturing. The Made Test project helped us a lot. It enabled us to use a lot of tools to better monitor and calculate our consumption in electricity, power, raw material, etc., which enable us to reach a better utilization of our resources and improve a lot of our conversion costs.
Well, as we've seen from the video, circular economy has the potential for big impact on the ground, and it's a key component of inclusive and sustainable development. It's become a key priority of the European Union towards achieving the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. In this framework, the European Union launched, in partnership with UNIDO, UNEP, and other stakeholders, the Global Alliance on circular economy and resource efficiency in February 2021. With this in mind, Mr. Dotto, how does the European Union approach its work with UNIDO on the SwitchMed program in order to facilitate the transition of industries from linear to circular production models?
Well, good afternoon, Bethany, and our colleagues and excellencies. Thank you very much for inviting me. And you're absolutely right. With the Green Deal, the EU has embarked on a path to reach zero pollution, for which we have designed a Circular Economy Action Plan, which was adopted last year. We want to involve our partner countries in the same endeavor, and to this end, there is an external dimension in the Green Deal that includes our partners in a number of strategies and activities. All the partners in the Mediterranean region have expressed their support to developing a resource-efficient and green economy. Green and circular economy is a pillar of the cooperation to which ministers of the Union for the Mediterranean have committed last October when they adopted the declaration after the Conference on Environment and Climate Action. It's not just the EU, it's the EU and its closest partners. SwitchMed demonstrated that the concept of a resource-efficient and cleaner production has the potential to improve industrial performance in the resource-scarce southern Mediterranean region. In many cases, resource-efficient production is the first step toward a circular economy in productive industries. And SwitchMed has demonstrated that saving resources allows both protecting the environment and getting a competitive edge on global markets, because it comes with a reduction of costs, and more importantly, to me at least, it meets the demand for more sustainable products. Moreover, SwitchMed contributes to raising awareness and therefore stimulating the demand for services related to resource-efficient and cleaner production. And SwitchMed is broadly well received by governments, by development organizations, by business associations and industries, which SwitchMed, UNIDO worked with the 8 countries that you mentioned to define national strategies for resource efficiency, to address local constraints, regulatory frameworks with propositions on how to guide a sector-wide approach to resource efficiency. Under SwitchMed, we continue to reinforce local capacities for resource efficiency in Algeria, in Jordan, in Palestine, in Lebanon, including the demonstration and the training for local service providers and for learning modules for academia. The current phase, the second phase, therefore, is focusing on actions that can improve the circularity of value chains along, first of all, the textile and garment industry in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, and one specific sector, which is the plastic packaging sector in Israel. Also, the EU and UNIDO have partners with UNEP in launching the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency, as you correctly mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, which aims to bring together governments and relevant networks and organizations to accelerate the transition towards a circular economy, to adopt methods for resource efficiency and sustainable consumption production, which build on efforts that are currently deployed internationally through many programs, one of which, and for us the most important of which, of course, is SwitchMed. Thank you.
Thank you. And under the second phase of SwitchMed, UNIDO is leading an initiative with a special focus on sustainability of industrial textile supply chains in Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia. Together with international brands and key expert organizations, UNIDO is engaging with national stakeholders in the development of circular value chains for valorizing post-industrial and pre-consumer textile waste, and moving the textile industries towards adopting safer chemical protocols. How can the Mediterranean region benefit from improving circularity in priority industrial sectors such as the textile and clothing industry value chain?
Well, it certainly can benefit, and it should benefit, because in a region where the EU and its close partners share the same sea, a sea that is so beautiful and so fragile, efforts are absolutely necessary to improve the environmental footprint of the textile and clothing industry. This is done by substantially reducing CO2 emissions, wastewater, and reducing the use of toxic chemicals in textile production. But there's also a very strong case for resource efficient and economic case. The value of trade in the textile and clothing industry in the region reaches some 35 billion a year. The industry also plays a crucial role as job creator. In Tunisia, one of the beneficiary countries of the project, the sector provides over 164,000 jobs. However, the sector has a problem. Consumers, and in particular young consumers, are aware that it is also a major source of pollution and of inequalities. These consumers favor products that are respectful of ethical and environmental standards. And allow me a personal note here. I know firsthand that fashion design courses put a great accent on sustainability and of clothes. I know because one of my daughters is attending one of these academic courses. And because of this growing attention, almost all the companies in the denim industry communicate on social and corporate responsibility, ensuring that companies can produce in a resource-efficient manner and with sound environmental standards, therefore impacts directly on their competitiveness. Now, we're in a particular situation. We have the COVID crisis, and this crisis has shed light on the risks relying exclusively on long supply chains, proximity to consumer markets, nearshoring, safe shoring can be strategies that contribute to reducing risks and can make value chains more resilient to disruption. A global value chain diagnostic study of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development highlighted that 4 countries in the Mediterranean region, namely Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, and Tunisia, have a high comparative advantage in export of textile and garment, and they could benefit from diversification and recalibration of the global value chains, in particular in the post-COVID context. Now, another point is that rising demand for textile and clothing has made natural fibers increasingly scarce and expensive. Brands are therefore seeking more sustainable and, in this case, cheaper alternatives, including renewable and recycled fibers, cleaner production and processes, and circular business models. A study of reverse resources showed that more than 25% of materials, and sometimes in some cases up to 47%, are discarded in fabric and garment factories. Now, there's a problem here. And the current practice of exporting textile waste for recycling abroad is clearly unsustainable. And it's also a missed opportunity for developing the local economy and for closing the loop for materials in the textile producing countries. Therefore, material consumption and material reuse are central in the implementation of a circular economy practice in the fashion industry. And new investments and job opportunities appear in the treatment of secondary materials. If you allow me 30 more seconds, I would like to mention an experience that we had in Tunisia, where I'll come to this later, maybe. In Switchmed, UNIDO is cooperating with international fashion brands, sector experts, and institutions to improve and prepare the value chains, to adopt better environmental standards, and to prepare for local ecosystems in a circular economy. And the example I wanted to mention, make me a sign if I have 30 more seconds. 15, okay, fine. A couple of years ago, we were with UNIDO team in Tunisia, and we had 70 participants registered for the launch of the MedTest 3, and more than the double showed up in the event. And we had interviews by national TVs, and we could see ourselves in the news in the evening. And I found this absolutely a heartwarming experience, showing the interest of the sector, of the stakeholders, of the consumers in such an important area. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dotto. I'm going to move straight on now to our next panelist, representing Japan, to discuss the country's efforts to address the challenge of marine plastic litter. Japan has been a long-standing and strong partner of UNIDO since the founding of the organization. Together, they generate innovative solutions for a better and fairer world for everyone. Today, I'm pleased that we are joined by His Excellency, Mr. Norio Maruyama, Ambassador of Japan to South Africa. Now, to discuss Japan's project to support the transition from conventional plastics to more environmentally sustainable alternatives in South Africa, Japan launched the Marine Initiative during its G20 presidency in 2019 in order to advance effective actions to combat marine plastic litter at a global scale. Why was UNIDO the partner for Japan to advance this global agenda, and what was your expectation of the organization for leading the implementation of this project?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for this kind introduction to mention about the G20 presidency under Japan and also our marine initiative. You know, Japan is a maritime nation, and we place a great importance on the conservation and sustainable sea use of oceans. The Osaka Blue Ocean Vision was agreed at the G20, and we leading the global discussions and the cooperation in this field, and we launched a Marine Initiative. The Marine Initiative aims to empower developing countries to promote waste management and recovery of marine litter and innovations. And in all of this, UNIDO was very quick to respond to Japan's call. UNIDO Japan-South Africa Cooperation Project, the one that we are witnessing right now, was launched right after the G20 Osaka Summit. And as the very first UNIDO project, taking plastic litter issues with a circular economy approach. You know, UNIDO, why UNIDO? Because UNIDO has been a reliable partner of Japan's development assistance, and we have high expectations towards UNIDO in the field of marine plastic litter as well, because this issue can be addressed by implementing circular economic practices. And needless to say, UNIDO is a leading UN agency promoting circular economy and also resource efficiency industry and policy support. Working with UNIDO allows Japan to benefit from the organization's extensive knowledge of circular economy and its long-standing service experience.
Now, thank you very much, Ambassador. Before our next question, we'll hear from Ms. Maya John, the Principal Researcher of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa.
One of the research focus areas at the Advanced Polymer Composites Research Group at the Center for Nanostructures and Advanced Materials is the development of sustainable materials and technologies from renewable resources. And these include materials like natural fiber composites, bio-nanocomposites, and compostable plastics for replacing single-use plastics. In terms of testing, one of the most important criteria is the biodegradation testing of materials. So if you want to claim your material as biodegradable or compostable, it's necessary that you do biodegradation testing as per ASTM and ISO conditions. It's not sufficient to claim that your material is biodegradable. That's actually an incomplete statement. You also need to talk about two conditions. One is the conditions of biodegradation and the duration of biodegradation. And these aspects differ for different materials. I would like to thank UNIDO and the Japanese government for funding for procurement of equipment for the biodegradation testing laboratory. Additionally, they have supported the accreditation of the biodegradation testing lab, and with that will be the only accredited biodegradation facility in South Africa. I also acknowledge UNIDO's efforts in driving the sustainability shift in South Africa, because as we all know, in these times, sustainability is no longer a choice. It needs to be a conscious decision which is implemented at every level.
That video message there from Ms. Maya John. A question for you, Your Excellency. Recently, biodegradable plastics have gained attention as one approach to deal with the scourge of plastic pollution. But if you bring new materials onto the market, they need to be carefully assessed and managed to avoid creating a new environmental threat. How can Japan and UNIDO ensure the sustainability of the innovations introduced in South Africa?
Yes, and we are lucky to have this project to be implemented in South Africa because South Africa has a dimension of the developed countries and developing countries, and they have a very effective industry, especially for the plastic industry and the others, and also a very capable institutions and at the high level of the scientific research. So all combined together with UNIDO mean that we have a lot of stakeholders here in South Africa in order to be able that we can conduct this project of multidimensional. Because this project is not only has the potential to reduce plastic leakage into the environment, but can also unlock new economic opportunities for the countries. So we have to make appropriate interventions at each stage in accordance with the we call this a holistic policy and involvement of various stakeholders, and could be the key to a sustainable solutions and best adapted to the recipient country, which is South Africa. You know, and Japan has addressed the issue of plastic waste management since the 1990s, and has attained a high level of plastic resource circulation through the promotion of what we call the 3 Rs, and which are reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I think that we can be able, using the Japanese private sectors and academia and technology, knowledges, and experiences to be shared with South Africa through this project. And the bio and maritime degradable polymer technology of Japanese companies, such as Kaneka, have the potential to contribute to reducing marine plastic litter in Africa. And UNIDO was successful in bringing together industry partners, NGOs, as well as academic institutions and other government issues as well. So both on the ground and from Japan. Combined together, those Japanese experiences and UNIDO's experience as well, I think that we can make a better information sharing and with a new material that might be, I hope, alternative to the single-use plastic.
A great ambition. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Maruyama, for sharing your experience to tackle this global challenge. Now, of course, another key contributor to UNIDO's efforts to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development around the world is Italy. UNIDO and Italy have nurtured a trusted, reliable, and strong partnership over the years on a number of key development challenges. Mr. Alberto Gianni is joining us from the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation's field office in Maputo, Mozambique, where he's team leader for agriculture, food security, and rural development. Welcome. Today, we'll have the pleasure to learn more about the partnership between UNIDO and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation and ILICAFE, through a project which is aimed to improve inclusive and sustainable agro-value chains development in Mozambique through a public-private partnership approach. The project focuses on the country's coffee value chain, a key sector for job creation and economic growth. Good afternoon, Mr. Gianni.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon from Mozambique. And thank you very much for inviting me to this fantastic meeting.
Very welcome. My first question, please. Agriculture in Africa is one of the sectors that employs the greatest numbers of people, and it contributes very much to local GDP. What is the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation's approach to agricultural development, and how is UNIDO part of this approach, in particular in the framework of this project?
Okay, thank you very much, Bethany. I would like to start saying something about agriculture, because agriculture nowadays is something complex. So when we talk about agriculture, we don't speak anymore only about the production of food, but it's about food, fiber, energy that produce income. Is a complex system with a number of actors with different culture, aspirations, socioeconomic capital. They produce different crops. They have a variegated agroecological environment, and it can be used for self-consumption or for market that can be national or international, and therefore have to follow a local legislation, international legislation, and people can have access to inputs or not, to irrigation technologies and so on. But still, is an area that is extremely open to innovation at any level possible. And it's true that agriculture is still very, very important for Africa. I think that roughly 80% of the people in the sub-Saharan Africa are engaged with agriculture. But we know that also in Italy, the agri-food system is extremely important. In fact, Italy is known worldwide for its very high quality and variety of the food. And the Italian food system is peculiar because it's normally done by small farmers, family farmers, and even the technologies are often very small type of technologies that can fit also country like Mozambique. And our approach to agricultural development, we call it Sistema Italia. That means we try to link with different partners that include civil society, private sector, public sector, and research institution to bring a certain quality of the product that we manage to produce in the country in a way that we can assist the local government to achieve really an improvement of that particular sector. Now, to address all these aspects, it's important to have different partners because, as I say, the agricultural sector is complex, and therefore each partner can address a different aspect of the development. And in particular, UNIDO is very important for us because of its approach and its mandate to work with the private sector. Let me just make a quick example. With UNIDO, this year we managed to participate to the MacFruit, that is one of the biggest European events related to agriculture, with a delegation from Mozambique, including both members from the local government and private sector. So there was, I think, 6 private companies that joined us in this meeting. And this was very helpful both to link the Mozambican private sector to the Italian sector with the P2P meeting. But it was particularly interesting because with the MADER, that is the local Ministry of Agriculture, we were developing a concept note for an agri-food center in the center of Mozambique that will be the first one of this type. And so we use this opportunity to bring the people of Mader, the delegation of Mader, to visit some of the agri-food center of excellence in Italy, in Rimini and Cesena. So all these then brought ideas in the development of the concept note. And then obviously there is the partnership with ILLI, but I think we will have time to go a bit more in depth about that later.
Very much. And before we continue our discussions, I think it's an enormous pleasure for me to introduce a short statement from Mr. Andrea Illi, President of Illi Cafe.
I don't think I have to stress the socioeconomical importance of coffee in the entire world. What's important, however, is to notice how much this industry is undergoing a total transformation from a purely functional beverage into an experiential one. This requires a total transformation in terms of product, differentiation, much higher quality, single origins, different agronomical practices, and so on. Coffee is grown by a community of 25 million families in over 40 countries, in low-income countries. And of course, this transformation requires a gigantic knowledge transfer project. With this vision in mind, UNIDO and ILLI announced a long-term partnership at the time of the Universal Exhibition Expo Milan 2015. And we started with one first project in Ethiopia aimed at improving the Ethiopian value chain, sustainability and inclusiveness. This project has been financed by the Italian corporation with about 4 million budget, and ILLI has been the knowledge partner. The results have been so encouraging that the three partners decided to allocate an equal budget for a new project, which is due to start soon, involving also Mozambique for the development of a new variety, Racemosa, which is unique but not widely cultivated. This is, I hope, is an example that can give you the feeling about how much the private sector, together with the public sector of one country and the intergovernmental organization like UNIDO, can build a lot of value for such an important sector like coffee. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very good end of your conference.
Very interesting video there. I just wanted to follow up briefly, if I may, because we're a little bit tight for time. Why is ILLI Cafe an important partner for this project, and how does it add added value for sustainable local development in Mozambique?
Well, as I said, we joined with UNIDO because of their capacity of linking with the private sector. And particularly, we recognize that there is a high valuable technical support from ILLI in this project. So as we heard from ILLI, from Andrea ILLI, there are many people in the world, millions of people in the world that are producing coffee. And we know that these people will be highly affected by climate change in the future. So, for example, this foundation of ILLI is now trying to develop a new way of approaching agricultural production by introducing regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is a type of agriculture that takes care of the soil, of the retention of water, of the biodiversity, contrasting so the negative effect of climate change and coping with it. So this is important also for a private company because obviously if the production of coffee will be affected, their own business will be affected. But more specifically in this project, we managed, thanks to ILLI, as he mentioned before, we are working with a variety of coffee, Racemosa, that is a rare variety, and has the particularity of having a very low content of caffeine. That means that it can be also consumed by people that normally don't consume coffee. And this has been tested in the ILLI's laboratories. Additionally, ILLI is also allowing people to follow a master in coffee economics and science that is in Trieste in Italy, and there is one person, a senior researcher from Mozambique that is going there next year. And is also of improving the quality of the Igbo coffee.
Oh, we seem to have lost the line there with Mr. Gianni, but I will say thank you to him anyway for sharing his experience with working with UNIDO through this public-private partnership approach. And moving on to our next speaker, we have a representative of Sweden, a country which has been a substantial contributor to UNIDO activities, in particular on climate issues, green and renewable energy, as well as gender equality. I'm very pleased that we are joined by Ms. Jessica Magnusson, Senior Advisor at the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, known as SIDA. Now, I'm going to introduce the project. Sweden, through SIDA, is funding the energy-efficient lighting and appliances project in East and Southern Africa, which is implemented in partnership with the East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Efficiency and the Southern African Development Community Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Now, this project aims to promote market transformation in 21 countries in East and Southern Africa by addressing some of the key challenges related to markets for energy-efficient lighting and appliances, including through increasing customer choice, the harmonization of policy and regulatory frameworks, capacity building, and strengthening by the private sector. How a recent breakthrough was the adoption of the minimum energy performance standards for lighting in the whole of the Southern African Development Community region, which was an important milestone in Africa's efforts to avoid the importation of low quality and inefficient products. How does this create opportunities for the local product and services sector, and how does it support countries in their industrialization efforts? How can the affordability of more efficient products be guaranteed?
Thank you, Bethany, and thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. I will try to be brief in my answers, and by introduce this kind of standards, you create long-term conditions for the local manufacturers. And knowing about the market and the demand, it will serve as a base for the local manufacturer to dare to invest and also maybe to get loan to scale up their business. And these business opportunities to develop green technologies, goods and services will also build infra-African value chains that will minimize the demand for imported products. And the imported products, they are often very low price, and they also has a low quality. And building this value chain is also in line with the African Continental Free Trade Area. And by creating these circumstances, you can also see as a manufacturer that you can look into new business models, to take a more circular approach, to see the whole value chain, also the waste stream. And by doing this, you can also get more revenue streams into your businesses. And another important area that has been raised within this collaboration and by UNIDO is the energy service business models that has become more and more important. So by switching to more efficient products and services, the local industries become more competitive, and hopefully also their products will be affordable for everyone if we have a view in the future.
Thank you very much indeed for that. And before we move on to our next question, we have another video to see, and this is a message from the Vice Chairman and Project Manager of the Energy Private Developers Association based in Rwanda.
I'm very interested in this business because many areas, off-grid areas in my country, but they don't have electricity. Many agricultural produce, they are being spoiled, wasted because of lack of appropriate infrastructure, like cold storages in rural areas. More than 40% of their produce are being wasted. Maybe the initial cost for our system is maybe high, but in the long run, it's quickly recovered very easily. Yeah, this is really a benefit for the farmers, but also for the country in terms of economy, but also in terms of environment protection.
Another question, if I may. How does this contribute to improving the livelihoods of vulnerable people, in particular those who are living in off-grid areas and whose income is dependent on agricultural activities?
I should say that when you're living in an off-grid area, having energy efficient product is even more important, to use as less as energy as possible. And by using quality products and energy efficient products, you will also have a longer lifetime of the products, and the lifetime cost will be lower. And this is, for example, for processing food, to keep the cold chain, but also to have efficient water pumps, for example. All of this will support the resilience of the farmers. But it's also important to find local solutions that serves the local needs. For a farmer, upfront cost for new efficient equipment can be a very big challenge. And then by innovating business model, for example, to relieve the upfront cost investment for energy user, to swift it to the energy service company or another company. So once again, I believe the business model is very important to actually reach out to this target group.
So one brief follow-up question, if I may. One of the key features of this project is the close partnership that you get with the regional economic communities, as well as the private sector. How do these partnerships contribute to advancing a common approach and to the focus regions, and therefore increasing efficiency and impact at scale?
The regional economic communities and their respective regional sustainable energy centers, SACRE and EACRE, are very important since they have the mandate to advance regional harmonization efforts. And this will also enhance the implementation of the standards in this region. And then the private sector and others will benefit from this, of course, and we also will create the market. And also UNIDO is an important partner in this, since they have a global network of regional sustainable energy centers. And so they also serve with a good contribution in this sense. And UNIDO also have a good experience from a business partnership, and that is also very valuable. So jointly together, I hope that this will succeed also to be implemented.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magnussen, for your reflections on the power energy efficient lights and appliances to speed up sustainable development in East and Southern Africa. Well, we've heard, thank you. It's been so interesting to hear about the diverse approaches that UNIDO's development partners are taking to tackle some of the most pressing development challenges facing the world. It's highlighted the importance of effective multilateralism in addressing many of these challenges, in tackling the complex global issues such as climate change and, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, before we conclude, we have time for just one more question for each of our panelists on the way forward. And I'd like to put this same question to each of you, please. Building on the projects and the programs highlighted in this event, what would you like to see? And what are your ambitions for the future to scale up impact and efficiency? And I'd like to put the question, first of all, to the representative of the European Union, Mr. Stefano Dotto. Do we have him? Is he still there? Is anyone still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. Yes, good. You're here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bethany. It's good that we can look a bit forward on this. I could speak for hours, but I will try to be a bit synthetic on what we expect in the future. Environment and climate change in the Mediterranean region require that sustainable consumption and production become the norm, that we no longer make a difference between economy and sustainable economy, because it brings a triple win to the environment, to business, and to consumers. And this requires that citizens accelerate their understanding and the awareness. Now, Investment needs are immense, and to scale up the uptake of sustainable production by businesses, massive funding is needed. Public money will not be enough, and nor the most efficient resource in many cases. And therefore, greening of the financial sector that has started needs to accelerate. On the EU side, we have increased the share of our international partnership instrument for green and climate action, but we count very much on the leverage that the European Fund Sustainable Development Plus will bring. And we're going to use some 40 billion from the EU budget to provide guarantees and to implement the Green Deal, with the aim of mobilizing investment at scale to be achieved with high quality impact, and to addressing market failures and create sustainable market dynamics, empowering local actors like commercial banks, microfinance institutions, local guarantee schemes, etc., so to better serve local communities. And we are keen to engage with UNIDO and other partners to promote and work together in this agenda. Moreover, with the Team Europe initiatives, we intend to better synchronize the cooperation agendas of each of our EU member states with those of the European Union as a whole. And beyond this, we are aware that a sustainable future is only possible if all the countries in the world cooperate in a multilateral, rule-based context.
Many thanks, Mr. Dotto.
Thank you.
I now would like to turn to His Excellency Ambassador Maruyama of Japan. Ambassador, what are your thoughts in regard to this question? What's the future? Do we still have the ambassador with us? I understand maybe we should move along to...
No,
yes,
I'm
we
here.
have him. Hello.
No, a technical problem. Sometimes my device is old enough to give me more time to be prepared. So, yes, to your questions and for the future, I think knowing that this project in South Africa is a pioneer project in Africa to focus on the single-use plastic life cycle, applying a circular economy approach, I think the result we need to share and disseminate it not only to the benefits of other Indo-Japan project, but also beyond to other countries of the African continent and their oceans. In this perspective, and I would like to share with the audience that next year, the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, or TICAD 8, will take place in Africa. This will be a good opportunity to highlight the successful example of cooperation between Japan and UNIDO in Africa, and enrich the regional and global discussion on circular economy. I think that I hope together with UNIDO, and we can promote the results and lessons learned from this project, and provide inspirations to many to advance innovative solutions to protect our environment. I think we have a lot of things to do together. Thank you.
A great many things to do together indeed. And I understand that Mr. Gianni has rejoined us from Mozambique. I hope he's there and that our connection will be a little bit more stable. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. We'd very much like to hear your thoughts from the perspective of Italy, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, before suddenly I could not hear you anymore. But anyway, this project, as has been told by Andrea Hill in his video, is already a kind of second phase. So it's a type of partnership that has grown from Ethiopia, and now is being replicated here in Mozambique. So what I would like to see in the future is more and more companies that are a bit enlightened, like Illy, that have this approach to development of agriculture that is inclusive with the people and respect for the environment and cares about the future of our planet, and that can bring this type of approach to agriculture a bit everywhere in the world. But not only, I would really like that this type of approaches would be taken by the local government, like in Mozambique. So I hope that this type of PPP approach will really help the Mozambican agri-food sector to become more independent and competitive in the future. And doing that, increasing job creation and food security all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very glad you were able to rejoin us. And now, finally, to Jessica Magnusson, what are your hopes for the future? What are your ambitions for the future?
Thank you, Bethany. I believe it's highly important, once again, to look at the local context and find business models that make these appliances sustainable over time and affordable for everyone. So from the SIDA side, we are now also focusing on productive use, and this is also something that the ILA project is thinking of in the future. And that is to get more out of the appliances and the energy equipment on site. For example, job creation and increased income. But also to take a circular approach on the energy equipment and not only focus on the excess. And to look at the waste management and the circularity, there will also be new business models. So I think that my red thread in this is the business models.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, some very, very interesting perspectives on the work that is being done in this. Thank you very much to our panelists indeed for their insights and for joining us from so many different parts of the world. It's now a great pleasure for me to invite to the lectern the Deputy to the Director General, Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and great pleasure for me to provide you with a few final remarks in the closing of today's donor meeting. I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists representing the European Union, Italy, Japan, Sweden, and Switzerland for their time and for sharing such insightful contributions. I would also like to thank the moderator, Ms. Bethany Bell, for her excellent guidance through this successful event. Let me also convey our sincere gratitude to the many participants who have attended the event from around the world. The meeting today provided insight into how member states and other key development partners work together with the organization through innovative partnerships and programmatic approaches. These allow us to scale up impact and efficiency to achieve common development objectives, recover from COVID-19 pandemic, and build a more resilient future through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. While today's meeting covered a broad range of topics, the projects and programs that were discussed represent just a small sample of the tremendous work done to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development globally, which is made possible through the generous support from you, our partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we entered the decade of action towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, the COVID-19 pandemic gripped the world, causing widespread suffering, loss of life, and livelihoods. The significant challenges of the past 2 years have been yet another reminder that international cooperation through United Nations organizations such as UNIDO remains critical to addressing global crises. Despite significant global disruption, the implementation of UNIDO's mandate and projects on the ground continued uninterrupted. Moreover, UNIDO's delivery of technical assistance services to its member states remained substantial at $177.7 million in 2020, a strong testament to the agility of the organization, its member states, and partners. As we seek to overcome the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and steer the world onto an environmentally sustainable and carbon-neutral path, support for UNIDO activities will remain critical. Through inclusive and sustainable industrial development, the organization strengthens the foundation upon which we can address the immediate impact of the health crisis and foster a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient planet. Through enhanced partnerships with a broad range of stakeholders at both the policy and strategy levels, the organization remains committed to supporting member states in building a better future for all. As the demand for UNIDO's services continues to increase, it is my hope that today's discussion has provided inspiration for us to work more closely together through innovative resource mobilization approaches that can deliver transformational change and accelerate progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me express once again my gratitude to all the participants, the panelists, the moderator, the interpreters, and the UNIDO and conference service staff for their considerable efforts leading the success of this meeting. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Kunyoshi, for these final remarks. Before I close, I'd like to inform you that further information will soon be made available on the 5th donor meeting webpage. So if you have any questions or you want to receive any further information, I invite you to contact the Secretariat on the email address donor-relations@unido.org. This email address is published in the chat on the Interprofy platform. And now it is my great pleasure to say thank you for having me here today. I now invite His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Mezarani, the President of the UNIDO General Conference, to the podium for the continuation of your deliberations on the general debates. Many thanks. I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates and colleagues. Following this highly engaging event, let us now resume the general debate on items 8 to 29. I have the pleasure to give the floor now to the first speaker on my list, His Excellency, Mr. Carlos Mesquita, Minister of Industry and Trade of Mozambique. You have the floor, sir.
Well, good afternoon. His Excellency Mohamed Mes Ghani, President of the 19th UNIDO General Conference. His Excellency Gerd Muller, the incoming UNIDO Director General. Excellencies, the ministers and ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Mozambique, of the people of Mozambique, and on my own, allow me to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and congratulate UNIDO, especially the Director General and the Executive Secretary, for their professional organization of this session and for the invitation addressed to Mozambique to participate in this 19th General Conference under the theme, Building a Better Future. Allow me also to congratulate the Presidium of this 19th General Conference in the person of Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mezagani for your wise, incisive, and guidance during the working sessions in this conference. This 19th conference has the particularity to have been preceded by the 9th UNIDO Ministerial Conference of LDCs, an event in which, by acclamation and consensus, the ministers adopted a ministerial declaration where they expressed and reiterated the strategic importance on the need to accelerate during the next decade the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In this regard, allow me as well, Mr. President, to congratulate His Excellency Chipoka Mulenga and His Excellency Nuro Umayun, Chair and Vice Chair of the 9th UNIDO Ministerial Conference for LDCs, for their wise and serene manner in which they conducted the debates and the successful adoption of the ministerial declaration. Mr. President, like other sectors, the industry sector has been, in the last 2 years, suffering the structural impact caused by the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, a situation that significantly affects its growth and competitiveness levels in terms of value chains. The theme of this General Conference, in addition to being a motivating challenge to the ability of countries to reinvent themselves under the current situation, also represents an alert to our collective conscience in the sense of accepting and committing ourselves to making resilience, innovation, and global partnership unavoidable variables for the leverage and modernization of industry as one of the factors of global economic transformation. Mr. President, the operational assumptions and the 6 areas contained in the joint ministerial declaration adopted at the 9th Ministerial Conference of LDCs point out ways that can contribute to a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future of industrial development in line with the objectives contained in the 2030-2063 agendas, respectively. The industry must consolidate its process of growth and inclusion in the global trade, favoring an integrated, balanced, and shared long-term approach. It is the productive solidarity at the level of the states, facilitated by the multilateral global system promoted by UNIDO, which will make the industry one of the solutions with a structuring impact for the competitive constraints imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the development of African continent free trade area. This is the understanding that Mozambique advocates and pursues in different bodies and forums towards an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique has designed an industrial program, the National Program to Industrialize Mozambique 2021-2023, 31, I'm sorry, called PRONAI, whose objectives is to contribute to an increase in the industrial production, investment in infrastructure, human resource development based on the local transformation of raw materials in an inclusive and environmentally sustained manner in order to generate employment and income, especially for the youngsters and women in view of mid-income society until 2035. This program, in addition to involving structuring projects, such as the consolidation, processing of industrial villages, and the substitution of imports, promoting local content, relying on innovation, research, and a competitive business environment, also defined the integration of local production with global value chains through value-added niche exports and capitalization with foreign investments. Mr. President, Honorable Director General of UNIDO, nowadays the industry's development process is more demanding and it includes digitalization, innovation, non-carbonization, among other many relevant elements, unavoidable factors for its sustainable modernization. Areas that demand and will continue to require strategic interventional assistance from UNIDO, mainly for the LDCs, in the scope of circular economy. Aid to industrial development as a core activity of UNIDO during and after COVID, especially in the promotion of the effective production capacity of pharmaceutical items and vaccines for the prevention of endemic and pandemic diseases, appears to be structured within the multilateral ecosystem and action that the government of Mozambique uses and desires your attention. Allow me to express our recognition for the work already initiated and carried out by the outgoing Director General Lee Yong in this area. Mr. President, Mozambique would like to take this opportunity to once again congratulate Mr. Muller as the new Director General of UNIDO, and the Director can count with the support of Mozambique and wishing every success during his tenure in this new role. I thank you for your attention.
شكرا معالي.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind words addressed to me personally and for your intervention. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Waad Abdullah Abdul Razak Badib, Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Yemen. You have the floor, sir.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Director General Lee Yong of UNIDO, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. First and foremost, on behalf of the Republic of Yemen, it is my pleasure to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Mezgani, Ambassador of the Republic of Tunisia, brotherly country and republic, upon assuming the presidency of this conference. We would equally like to thank Director General Lee Yong for all of his efforts in order to further strengthen inclusive and sustainable industrial development among developing countries and worldwide. Equally, we pay tribute to UNIDO's successes under the mandate of Director General Lee Yong. In the same vein, we would like to congratulate Dr. Gerd Müller for his for enjoying the trust and confidence of member states and upon his appointment as Director General of UNIDO. We assure him of our full cooperation in order to be able to meet the organization's goals. The delegation of Yemen would like to endorse the statement delivered by His Excellency, the Ambassador Salah Abdeshalafi, Ambassador of Palestine, speaking on behalf of the Arab Group. We would like to thank the Director General for his annual report for 2020, published under IDB 14.9/2. Outlining UNIDO's activities in initiatives, programs, major projects, as well as development plans that have been implemented in 2020. This report clearly highlights UNIDO's efforts in order to further strengthen states in their industrial development. Firstly, allow me to outline to you the situation in Yemen. Undoubtedly, the industrial sector and development in Yemen were affected negatively by the coup d'etat carried out by Houthi armed militias, targeting the legitimate power wielded by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Yemen. Accordingly, efforts needed to be redoubled in order to strengthen economic development across the board in all sectors, and in particular in the energy sector, as well as fisheries, agriculture, and SMEs. All of these sectors are crucial when it comes to fostering employment among youth and women, who in turn contribute to the economic recovery and to Yemen's economic relaunch overall. Thus, the national government is seeking to boost this sector by repairing the harm and damage caused to these sectors. Equally, our delegation wishes to support the adoption of new policies and mechanisms to implement projects in countries emerging from conflicts. We support the implementation of the strategy developed by the Organization for Countries Emerging from Crisis and Post-Crisis Recovery Phase in order to help these countries recover from these conflicts and to help them reboost their national economies, including in Yemen. Economic recovery and UNIDO's activities in Yemen are among the priorities, and thus we call for a country program to be developed for Yemen, which will duly take into account our national development as well as the significant transformation of our economic sectors. This country program will, in so doing, contribute to enhancing the national priorities set forth in our strategic plan in order to heighten coordination and cooperation with UNIDO. Equally, we call on UNIDO to mobilize resources among the donor countries in order to assist us in funding these projects that we shall be reaching agreement on in the context of our country program. My delegation pays tribute to UNIDO's efforts in sustaining its projects in Yemen, in the industrial sector as well as in the agricultural and fisheries sectors, in order to help build capacity and ensure respect for quality standards and norms, as well as carrying out further studies in order to help us in developing renewable energies projects and energy transition projects by providing support to those segments of the population affected by the war, as well as tackling the aftereffect of the exodus caused by the war. We commend UNIDO for its efforts in the context of socio-economic development and call upon brotherly countries and friendly countries to assist our government in seeking to address the problems that we have encountered following the war, helping to boost our national economy. To conclude, on behalf of the Republic of Yemen, we welcome the efforts that have been made by the organization and by all member states in order to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic in view of the new mutations of the virus, and we hope that Yemen will be among the countries to benefit from this support. Thank you all, and may the peace of God be upon you. Thank you very much.
شكرا معالي الوزير على تهانيكم.
I would like to thank His Excellency for his statement, and allow me now to give the floor to Madam Marina Sereni, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy. Madam, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, honorable guests, I am pleased and honored to address the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference. Italy is a long-standing partner of UNIDO and remains strongly committed to the common objective of sustainable and inclusive industrial development. We are actually proud to be one of the main donors of UNIDO and a very significant partner in terms of ideas and projects. More generally, Italy firmly believes in the multilateral approach to the development strategies. Moreover, one of the main features of our approach is the acknowledgement of human and social capital. We value people and their competencies. We value the role of public and private institutions, as well as the net of relations and shared knowledge they produce. Throughout the years, together with UNIDO, we have been able to pursue our common goals also by promoting the Italian entrepreneurial model based on SMEs and cooperative enterprises, focused on the quality of the products and on the quality of labor as a suitable solution for developing countries. Our collaboration is key, especially in low growth and high unemployment areas in Africa, Middle East, Asia, Latin America. Promoting a truly sustainable and inclusive industrial development in these areas of the globe means providing opportunities for youth and women, setting the conditions for social inclusion, stability, and economic growth. Environmental sustainability is at the core of our approach. Industrial development and environmental quality can and must go hand in hand. There is no contradiction between environmental policies and economic development. Quite to the contrary, no economic progress is real if it is not sustainable. The safeguard of biodiversity, the prevention of pollution, energy efficiency, and climate neutrality shall always be considered as fundamental principles in designing projects and strategies for industrial development. Italy acknowledges and appreciates the role of UNIDO in actively contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and to this end, it is a convinced major partner of the organization. In the last months, holding the presidency of the G20 and co-partnering with the UK for the COP26, Italy reaffirmed its leading role in positively contributing to the global cooperation for ecological transition. To this end, UNIDO is a very important forum for us. In this regard, Italy warmly welcomes the appointment of the new Director General, Mr. Gerd Müller, and supports him and his agenda aiming to further strengthening and broadening the organization's field of action, as well as its constituency. Director Müller, I wish you every success. You will always have Italy at your side. At the same time, I want to thank Mr. Lee Yong for the great leadership showed during his 2 mandates, and especially throughout the pandemic. Italy recognizes the significant results achieved by UNIDO in the last years and the more than friendly cooperation we had with the outgoing administration. Durable economic development, social inclusion, equal opportunities, sustainability. These foundations characterize Italy's action within UNIDO and with UNIDO in compliance with an authentic idea of multilateralism and international cooperation based on the awareness that development challenges are global and can only be tackled through collective actions and shared responsibility. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا لكم سيدتي على
Thank you very much.
الكلمة الآن للسيد.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your statement. And I am now pleased to give the floor to Mr. Sergei Aleynik, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus. You have the floor, sir.
Уважаемый господин председатель.
Distinguished President, Director General, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The development of international industrial cooperation for 55 years now, has remained a most topical issue as part of the activities of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The current unpredictable challenges we face illustrate the importance of industrialization and innovation. They also highlight the importance of UNIDO's mission aimed at supporting sustainable economic growth and the social development of member states while ensuring people's well-being. We note the significant personal contribution of the Director General, Lee Young, to enhancing the standing of UNIDO and upgrading the organization's programmatic activity. UNIDO's mandate is underpinned by inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We are confident that this entitles this specialized agency to a leading role in the repositioned UN development system. We note with satisfaction UNIDO's efforts in providing assistance to member states in introducing innovations and resource-efficient solutions into industry and agriculture, and building knowledge and institutes. These efforts have been sustained, notwithstanding the complicated epidemiological situation of the past 2 years. We note the substantial potential in this area, and we propose that we tap that potential as much as possible while implementing the Sustainable Development Agenda and achieving the 9 Sustainable Development Goals related to industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure. We trust that UNIDO will act as a driver for rebuilding industry on a more eco-friendly and technological basis. Doing so will make it possible to stave off the hybrid challenges of the current day. The expansion of the geographic scope of UNIDO and the participation in country groups, in our view, illustrates the high demand for the services and expertise of the organization. We support UNIDO's desire to foster new partnerships and ties internationally, to broaden cooperation with the Green Climate Fund, and to nourish interagency interaction within the UN system. We also welcome their desire to interact more with multilateral trust funds. We welcome the organization's efforts related to the circular economy, ecology, and energy, to leverage digitization to accelerate countries' transition to more efficient manufacturing models. We also welcome their desire to consider the interests and needs of member states, in particular middle-income countries. We note that the COVID-19 pandemic has identified middle-income countries' vulnerability to global crises and their exposure to various macroeconomic challenges and risks. We call for more active efforts to implement the strategic framework for cooperation between UNIDO and MICs to ensure the implementation of the 2030 Agenda on time. We support holding a broad international conference on this topic in upcoming years. We note with satisfaction that cooperation between Belarus and UNIDO continues developing actively. We've signed another framework program of cooperation which set out the priorities for bilateral cooperation over the next 5 years. As regards the fourth industrial revolution, work has begun to implement a new project of utmost importance for my country related to smart manufacturing. In this regard, I would like to thank the Secretariat of UNIDO, but also the Russian Federation for their financial support, which has made this project possible. The delegation of Belarus supports the biennial program budget of UNIDO as presented, and also the priorities of work defined in the medium-term program framework for 2022-2025. We trust that implementing the integrated results and performance framework will facilitate further practical application of the principles of efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency in the organization's ongoing work. We think it important to pay attention to periodically reviewing and assessing the services provided by the resident coordinator system to UNIDO as an integral part of the new results-based budget. We note the importance of developing frameworks and strategies for specific areas in addition to review documents for efficient goal setting within UNIDO. However, we think that they cannot replace specific initiatives and programs geared towards practical results. In this regard, We trust that more active and dedicated efforts in this regard will be taken. Thank you.
شكرا لكم على البيان وأعطي الكلمة.
Thank you very much for your statement, and I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fantino Polanco Tejada, Vice Minister for Industrial Development of the Dominican Republic. You have the floor, sir.
Señor Presidente.
President, we wish to congratulate you upon your election to chair this work at the 19th session of the General Conference, and also commend all other members of the Bureau supporting you. We trust that we will achieve the best possible results during this session. It is an honor and indeed a great pleasure in my capacity as the Vice Minister for Industrial Development from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and SMEs of the Dominican Republic to address you, this supreme industrial policy body, in order to share with you our national experience during the pandemic, but above all, to tell you how, as a state, we are promoting the development of this thriving productive sector. COVID-19 has undoubtedly dealt a serious blow to all global economies, and the Dominican Republic is no exception. Since the first state of emergency was declared on the 19th of March 2020, the productive machinery of our state more or less came to a halt, which had a negative impact on socioeconomic indicators. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, our national industry was able to recover rapidly and in a resilient manner. In the first 9 months of this year, this sector witnessed economic year-on-year growth of nearly 11.5%, one of the sectors helping drive forward this positive trend. Furthermore, in September, almost 95% of jobs lost had been recovered. These results make one thing quite clear. Industry is important and it needs our support. And I'm very proud to be able to tell you that under the leadership of our President Luis Abinader and our Minister Victor Bisonno, that is indeed what we are doing. In October 2020, mandated by Decree 58820, the Presidential Industrialization Board was established with the purpose of coordinating policies in order to render our national industries more competitive. Thus, we've been able to pave the way in order to establish a long-term consensus for our industrial policy, bringing together both private and public stakeholders as requested for decades now. Ladies and gentlemen, President, in order to further develop our industries and in order to be able to tackle the challenges of the international situation successfully, in the Dominican Republic, we believe firmly that we must do more in order to improve quality. And allow me to tell you what we have achieved in this vein. We have relaunched the Dominican System for Quality, known as CIDOCAL, by focusing on further strengthening and promoting quality infrastructure in our country, as well as related services. As part of this recovery process in July this year, following an intensive technical process involving 23 public and private institutions, and with the valuable support of the European Union and of UNIDO, the Dominican Council for Quality adopted the National Quality Policy for 2021-2024. This is the first formal framework establishing a roadmap and setting the tone of what needs to be done in order to develop a quality culture in the Dominican Republic. Promoting quality is essential. However, more must be done in order to compete internationally, where global tendencies show that we are fully in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. This challenging scenario was the main incentive promoting us to expedite the digital transformation of our industries and in aligning our human capital skills with these new requirements. As such, we are in the process of defining an industry strategy 4.0 for manufacturing. As a point of departure for this policy, and with the support of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism of Spain, we have adopted tools enabling our industries to self-diagnose their degree of digital readiness. Finally, a further significant effort that we are engaged to is ensuring industrial sustainability. The negative externalities that this sector has created and which have affected the environment need to be addressed by all of our governments. And thus we have been able to develop training and technical assistance programs that our national industries have the skills in place in order to implement clean production initiatives, circular economy initiatives, waste recovery, water treatment, inter alia. We fully believe that UNIDO's support as a strategic partner of our national government is vital in helping us continue along this positive path towards developing the manufacturing industry as well as strengthening our quality infrastructure. By working together hand in hand, all our industries will be able to go still further. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على
I would like to thank you for your statement, and I am now pleased to give the floor to Mr. José Gregorio Biomogi, Vice Minister of Industries of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. You have the floor, sir.
En nombre del señor.
On behalf of the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, allow me to convey cordial greetings on behalf of the government and people of Venezuela to Director General Lee Young of UNIDO. Equally, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela wishes to commend Mr. Gerd Müller upon his election as the new Director General of UNIDO. My country expresses its full support to his efforts and actions in taking up this mandate, and we wish him the best of success in doing so. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is participating constructively at this General Conference. Given the importance that my country attaches to multilateralism in general as a forum for encounter and for further strengthening our common goals, as well as those of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, in particular, as a fundamental driver strengthening the industrial development among its member states. We welcome the signature of the extension of the country program agreement in April this year to cover the period 2021-2024. The country program is the basis underpinning cooperation between UNIDO and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We will use this base in order to continue working towards achieving sustainable development. President, for the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, inclusive and sustainable industrialization is a singular opportunity in order to tackle challenges such as climate change, addressing the impact of COVID-19, and achieving the well-being and further development of our peoples. And that is why we fully support the concept set forth in the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, as well as in the 2019 Abu Dhabi Declaration. In particular, we underscore the 10th paragraph of this declaration, which highlights the need to enhance international cooperation in order to address increasing challenges posed by poverty eradication, eradication of hunger, as well as ensuring global peace and security, tackling climate change, pollution, environmental deterioration, growing inequalities, and addressing new trends. We encourage the organization to continue strengthening its coordinating role for international cooperation in support of inclusive and sustainable industrial development within the United Nations system, as well as by lending its support to all stages of the value chain and ensuring technology and knowledge transfer. Turning now to industrialization policies, Venezuela urges the organization to continue supporting governments in the process of designing industrial policies by providing advice, assistance, capacity building, and technical training, and subsequently supporting technology and knowledge transfer. For the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Industry 4.0, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution, is a matter of priority. This is a new way of doing business, modifying the interrelationship between the key components of production: energy use, labor force, manufacturing times, and logistics, all with the purpose of ensuring more competitive products in an increasingly globalized world. The circular economy can indeed provide an answer as long as it differs from traditional economies by placing protection of the planet and human survival above and beyond mere economic gains. This, of course, implies a challenge in terms of research and development, requiring a better use of materials and energy throughout production cycles, as well as promoting and strengthening the use of recyclable materials, in addition to involving communities in waste management. As such, my country commends UNIDO's efforts when it comes to promoting the circular economy among its member states. For Venezuela, gender equity and the empowerment of women are embedded in the principles of social justice and human rights. When we talk of gender equity, we are talking about a fair distribution of responsibilities, access to resources, and decision-taking. And thus, Venezuela supports UNIDO's efforts in addressing gender inequalities in industry and in ensuring maximizing women's potential as leaders and agents for economic management that will in turn lead to inclusive growth. In spite of the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela continues to strive towards implementing actions that will heighten our national industrial development levels. Unilateral coercive measures impede the socio-economic development of our peoples and, accordingly, their human rights, as can be seen from the reports of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures. Ms. Alina Doan. Therefore, my country wishes to recall the contents of paragraph 26 set forth in the 2019 Abu Dhabi Declaration, calling upon states to refrain from the application of unilateral economic, financial, or commercial measures that are incompatible with international law or the Charter of the United Nations. Venezuela calls upon the United Nations Organization for Industrial Development and on its member states to condemn the use of unilateral coercive measures, which contravene international law and which gravely affect socio-economic development of our peoples. Finally, Venezuela reiterates its willingness to continue working together with UNIDO and with its new team in order to continue supporting the organization and further strengthening industrial structures and in achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development, a goal that we have set ourselves based on a humanist vision as a fundamental principle pursued by our national government. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على بيانكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن.
Thank you for that statement. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Bharat Gabudjan, Deputy Minister of Mines and Commerce of Iran.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased and honored to deliver my statement as the Vice Minister of Industry, Mine and Trade of Islamic Republic of Iran. More than 3.5 decades have passed since the Islamic Republic of Iran joined the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in 1985. During this period, despite the ups and downs and problems ahead, we have had constructive cooperation with UNIDO and most of its members countries. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller on his appointment as the new Director General of UNIDO and express our hope that during this tenure, we will witness the development of industrial cooperation between Iran and this organization in terms of quantity and quality. Our country, Iran, has valuable potential in the field of industry and mining with appropriate infrastructure, along with specialized and skilled manpower. In recent years, despite the unfair, cruel, and inhuman sanctions imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran by the United States government, which has caused problems for industrial units and consequently organizations, unemployment of some of workers, and harms this working class relying on domestic power. Many of these threats have become opportunities and have led to the flourishing and increase of domestic production. But this issue is still a major obstacle in trade, industrial, technological transfer, and banking relations. I genuinely hope that with the expansion of international relations, we will create a favorable atmosphere for the expansion of Iran's economic and industrial relations with the other countries and international organizations. Another goal aimed by the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran is to help small and medium companies across various industries to communicate and interact with companies and international organizations to enable the exchange of new technologies and more than before. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran declares its desire to cooperate with other developing countries in various fields of industry, technology transfer, and engineering. External barriers and the constraints of industry in member countries, such as the amount of industrial investment, inadequacy of industrial production, and lack of appropriate strategy for industrial development, scattered and uneven growth of the industry can be all tackled through increased relationship of economic and industrial ties with the members of the organizations. Also, one of the important factors of economic and industrial growth is the advancement of technology, which can be achieved by using new methods, upgrading traditional methods, as well as by effective communication and exchange of technical experience of member countries. We hope that UNIDO will continue to take effective steps in this direction. Finally, I use this opportunity again for appreciation of Mr. Li Yang's cooperation and reiterating my satisfaction with the appointment of Mr. Gerd Müller, the new Director General of UNIDO, and I declare the willingness and readiness of Islamic Republic of Iran to expand any constructive cooperation. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على البيان وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد.
Thank you for your statement. I now call upon Mr. Lizardo Armando Bolaños Fletes, Vice Minister of Investment and Competitiveness within the Ministry of the Economy of Guatemala.
Buenos días.
Good afternoon from Guatemala.
And greetings from the Yamate administration. It is a pleasure for us to take part in this 19th General Conference of UNIDO. We would like to also congratulate you on the 55th anniversary of the organization. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Muller on his election as new Director General. And we would like to express our gratitude for the work carried out by Director General Lee Yong during his time in office. I'd like to underscore the importance of innovation for productivity and competitiveness. It's an important thing for Guatemala, for the Yamate administration, and for the Ministry of the Economy. It is one of the crucial elements to be able to reduce problems related to poverty, problems of inequality, and more importantly still, to grant well-being to the population and to provide them with opportunities which will allow them to flourish with a fuller life. Innovation is one of the most important drivers of growth, of productivity, and one of the elements which historically has not been paid so much attention to in Guatemala. And that's one of the reasons why, together with UNIDO, we are participating so much today to promote an innovation policy which will allow us to carry out an important change in the economic capacity of the country. From the Ministry of the Economy, and with this policy, what we are trying to do is to, one, facilitate access to human capital, to strengthen initiatives and joint programs between the actors in the innovation ecosystem. We're trying to develop capacity to generate knowledge. I'm sorry, I seem to be having some problems. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. You can go on.
No sé si me oyen mejor ahora.
Can you hear me now?
Sí. Excelente.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much, President. I'll start again. Greetings from Guatemala. Greetings from the administration of President Yamate. We would like to congratulate UNIDO on its 55th anniversary. We would like to congratulate the new Director General, Gerd Muller, and we would like to express our gratitude for the hard work carried out by Director General Lee Yong in his time as head of the organization. As a Minister of Economy from the Ministry of Economy of Guatemala, we recognize UNIDO as being a very important partner in promoting transformation, not only in Guatemala, but in the Central American region. We believe that it is vital to identify this region as being one that can become a vital hub of economic development, reduction of inequalities and reduction of poverty, which has affected our region for many years. And to achieve this, what we're staking on is innovation. It's one of the necessary areas which we need to work on, in which the industrial sector is one of the most important elements. For us, as Ministry of the Economy, we're interested in this policy, focusing on four main elements. The first one is facilitating access to human capital prepared by businesses, strengthen initiatives and programs where we can link them with different actors, from academia to the private sector. The third point is to promote the development of cooperation and the development of new knowledge. In fact, today I am participating in this general conference from one of the most important universities in my country, because we're practically working with developing this kind of mechanism. We're interested in this, and also need to facilitate procedures which will allow us to ensure that businesses can easily become established and make their businesses grow. I would like to reiterate the state of Guatemala's readiness to work with efforts worldwide to identify common agendas, to relaunch and look at areas where the industrial sector can improve the quality of life of all of us. Please have a lovely day. Thank you.
شكرا لكم على بيانكم والكلمة الآن للسيد.
Thank you for your statement. I now call upon Mr. Adam Nagy, Deputy State Secretary for Industrial Strategies and Regulation of Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to first congratulate you on your election as President of the 19th session of the UNIDO General Conference, as well as other members of the Bureau on their election. I am confident that with your leadership, we will have a very successful session, and I want to confirm the full support of the Hungarian delegation. I also take this opportunity to convey my special thanks to the outgoing President with her Bureau for the commendable work. I wish to thank the Director General Lee Yong and the Secretariat for the organization of this conference as well. Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the next Director General of the UNIDO. His leadership will be crucial for the member states of UNIDO in the post-COVID-19 recovery. We look forward to deepening our cooperation with UNIDO and with its member states under the leadership of Mr. Gerd Müller. In addition, the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of the European Union fully reflects the Hungarian views on the items of the agenda. However, I would like to add some additional remarks in my national capacity. Hungary acknowledges UNIDO's commitment and efforts to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial developments and its contribution to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The Annual Report 2020 and Annual Report 2019 and the Annual Report 2019 summarize successful initiatives and positive developments in favor of improving competitiveness and reducing unemployment rate, among others, and supporting countries to realize sustainable and inclusive industrialization and economic growth. Hungary welcomes the positive achievements on the policy and operational levels done by UNIDO during the last 2 years. We place high value in UNIDO's role as a platform for partnership, bringing together donor countries, the private sector, financial institutions, and recipient countries. Please allow me to briefly mention Hungary's recent contribution to UNIDO's activities. It is my government's strong intention to raise the participation of Hungarian leaders and experts from different state organs at various projects and ambitious events organized or co-organized by UNIDO. We take this opportunity to stress again the importance of close consultations with member states. In our opinion, the global consultations are very important and can provide benefits for developed and developing countries as well. The project, Reinvigorating a Business Model of Strategic Engagement with Emerging Donors, in which Hungary actively participates, is another good example how member states can work together and share their experience with other emerging donor countries. Finally, I am delighted to inform you that Hungary hosts, under the patronage and involving the personal engagement of His Excellency Mr. János Áder, President of Hungary, the Planet Budapest 2021 Sustainability Expo and Summit, the largest international conference and exhibition in Central Europe dedicated to sustainability. This event is held right now between 29th of November and 5th of December in Budapest, Hungary. Mr. President, Hungary, a member of this organization since 1985, has significantly participated in the work of its policy-making organs, in the work of the Industrial Development Board and the Program and Budget Committee, and has presented its candidature to the Industrial Development Board of UNIDO for the next 4 years and to the Program and Budget Committee of UNIDO for the next biennium. This year, Hungary actively participated in the discussion on the draft 2020-2021 budget in order to reach consensus and on the other strategic documents of UNIDO. We take this opportunity to stress the importance of close consultations with member states. Hungary will continue to offer its constructive partnership to the organization in identifying and formulating the best ways forward and working together for a sustainable future, and remains fully committed to support UNIDO's work and endeavors in these years to come. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تدخلكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد عمر
I thank you for your statement. I now call upon Mr. Omar Ahmed Sawaina Al-Suwaidi, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates.
على انتخابكم رئيسا للمؤتمر العام وإلى جميع السيدات.
At the outset, I would like to extend my congratulations to you on your election. We stand ready to provide you with every support in order to ensure the success of this conference. We would like to express our thanks to Mr. Lyon, the outgoing Director General of this organization. And we thank the Secretariat as a whole for their work. My delegation welcomes the 2020 report, which covers some of the main activities conducted by the organization over the period. We call for these efforts to be pursued so as to allow for implementation of the 2030 development agenda. We have undertaken a great deal of measures in order to put in place inclusive and sustainable industrialization. And in order to enhance living standards within our country. We're very proud of our efforts, which are still underway. We work closely with our partners across the planet via UNIDO, the aim being to assure a bright future for all of us and to improve the prospects and outlook for industry. We recently hosted an exhibition in Dubai in 2020, and we will be working unwaveringly to promote industrial development across the world. We are seeking to build a knowledge and technology-based economy. We have adopted a national strategy for industry and technology, and we have launched a transition to that effect. We are a formerly solely oil-based economy, which now has a competitive industrial sector. We're seeking to improve productivity and to focus on new technologies and new industries. I'd like to mention some of the activities that we are carrying out so as to give you an idea of the industrial investment environment that prevails at the present time in the United Arab Emirates. We have legislation in place that encourages investment. We have competitive financial solutions whose aim is to promote industrial growth. We have a favorable policy towards business. We're a business-friendly country, and we are seeking to build a competitive platform for the region as a whole. Our national strategy makes our country an attractive hub for entrepreneurs from across the world. We are fully involved in the fourth industrial revolution, and this forward-looking vision provides great opportunities for growth. And 9% of our GDP currently comes from innovative sectors, and that is growing. We are also committed to implement the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. We hosted Expo 2020. Expo 2020 provided an opportunity to strengthen industrial cooperation as part of our joint efforts, collective efforts for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We also will be, or did host, the work of the 18th UNIDO conference, which saw broad-based private sector participation. We are working to promote the participation of young people and women based on the outline that was adopted in 2019. We are working together with our international partners, and we hope that this conference will be crowned with success and that we will manage to achieve the objectives we've set ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, UAE. I now call upon Mr. Walter Veri, Vice Minister of Industry of Uruguay.
Director General, President, Ministers, it's a pleasure to speak to you to represent my country, Uruguay, and to share with you the progress we have made over recent years with UNIDO and the challenges that we have ahead of us. Starting in 2001 with the launch of the brand Natural Uruguay, and through the broad agreement between political parties to agree on the energy policy in 2010, Uruguay has transited towards a sustainable development policy. Productive sectors have undertaken processes focusing on consolidating this development model, and along these lines, the Ministry of Industry is implementing projects and actions with UNIDO's invaluable cooperation. The BioValor project was implemented by the Ministries of the Environment, Livestock, Agriculture and Fishing, and Mining Ministry, with the aim of promoting the development of sustainable production systems with low greenhouse gas emissions, promoting the incorporation of technologies which dealt with waste. We're working with 16 agro-industrial sectors, achieving the reduction of 250,000 tons of CO2 annually, and treating 400,000 tons of waste, thereby becoming the primary reference program for the circular economy in Uruguay. In 2017, we had the first forum for the circular economy in the country and in Latin America. This then continued in Chile in 2018, Paraguay in 2020, and Ecuador in this year. As part of this program, we also are creating the Circular Opportunities Project, which is in its 4th edition now. This shows the country's commitment to the circular economy. BioValor and UNIDO, without any doubt, have started off down a path we cannot turn back on towards a country commitment to transition towards a non-linear production model with a great commitment to the environment, which comes together with the efforts linked to having a stake in a change in the Uruguayan energy grid. Uruguay has been working to improve the quality of life of its people and to improve social equity. Against this backdrop, in Page, we also identified a partner. Aligned with national objectives working towards an inclusive green economy, in 2017 we managed to secure a partnership with a joint initiative of UNDP, ILO, UNIDO, UNITAR, and UNDP involving in Uruguay the ministries of industry, energy, mining, livestock, agriculture and fisheries, tourism, environment, work, labour, and so on. The challenge we're facing, which is to sustainably grow and involves new solutions for the problems which are swiftly changing, this will be achieved through innovation, and this creates business opportunities. With the support of these initiatives to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, Uruguay will develop actions linked to moving towards the second stage of the energy transition towards renewable energies. We now have 97% of the electric grid coming from renewable sources. The next step, which this fund, the SDG fund for the SDGs, will be the transition of the transport and industry sectors to green energy with affordable access to clean and innovative technologies. With this solid basis, we are seeking to transform other sectors, which includes the decarbonisation of transport and industry. We will emphasise the building of national capacity when it comes to information technology, a sector with a high potential for development in my country. Without doubt, we can say that Uruguay has strengths in three thematic areas: the second, energy transition, the circular economy, and Industry 4.0. However, we do have a great deal to do together, and therefore I would like to express to you some of the interests that we have in our country in working with UNIDO. For example, we would like to participate in the Global Green Hydrogen Programme. We believe this to be a good alternative for decarbonisation in industrial activity and for mass mobility. Revitalising the Centre for Industrial and Mechatronic Automation, the aim being that the centre obtains the FESTO certification so it can regionally and internationally certify and can become one of the main 4.0 industry laboratories in Latin America. And we need to continue with the PAGE programme in Uruguay and also strengthen the regional office of UNIDO in Uruguay, because the reform of the United Nations and the government of Uruguay are requiring nimble and consensus-based decisions with our partners on the territory. Uruguay has a history of being a country at the forefront of change. This includes fibre optic coverage, access to the internet, the renewable energy grid, access to computers for all students, the response to climate change. And we could be considered a laboratory for innovation and technological development to seek global solutions. And therefore, we invite the Director General to visit Uruguay next year to inaugurate the regional headquarters, launch the Sustainable Development Goal Programme for Energy Transition, and the Global Clean Tech Innovation Programme. We can demonstrate to him our green hydrogen pilot project and the progress made by Uruguay in the circular economy. We will be very pleased to host you, sir. And you will find a country which is one of the 10 best full democracies in the world, which works for the well-being of its people through the economic, environmental, and socially sustainable development of its economy. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تدخلكم.
Thank you for your statement. And now I give the floor to Rosemary Edilan, Undersecretary of the National Economic Authority in the Philippines. You have the floor, madam.
Distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of the Philippines, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election. I also would like to express our deep appreciation to Mr. Lee Yong for his strong commitment and leadership as the Director General of the UNIDO during the past 8 years. And I also congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller on his election as the new Director General of UNIDO, and of course UNIDO as a whole on its 55th anniversary. 55 years dedicated to building a better future for all. Yet, we all know that this future is threatened by the global COVID-19 pandemic. It has disrupted our efforts to achieve the SDGs and reversed our progress in lifting the world's poorest and most vulnerable out of their poverty and hunger. That is why it is critical for the international community to assume its fundamental responsibility to support the vulnerable and realize that in the face of new challenges, we need to change our solutions. And we now know that at the heart of these new solutions are inclusive, digital, and sustainable industrial innovations. Digital industrial innovations have allowed the Philippines, as with other countries, to keep moving despite the restrictions brought about by the pandemic. It has allowed businesses, government, education, work, and social assistance to continue operations digitally. And the next big imperative is to make these innovations inclusive, meaning to close the digital divide. This digital divide is a reality that splits our people by the lack of access to the digital technologies and competencies needed for the new innovations to reach them. Failing to close the digital divide means innovating only for the privileged few, leaving the others behind. To close the digital divide, we need technical cooperation aimed at increasing investments in digital skills competency, ICT infrastructure, and strengthened partnerships for knowledge transfer. We hope the UNIDO can prioritize this in their work program. Innovations are, after all, a product of co-creation. It is also just as important that these new innovations are sustainable to ensure that there is still a future that we can build for all. We need to direct those at the forefront of these new innovations, the MSMEs, to develop sustainable solutions. Of great urgency is the need to develop sustainable materials to replace the often plastic clad packages being used by delivery couriers. Even as we begin our post pandemic recovery and build resiliency, we should recommit ourselves to responsible consumption and production. That's SDG 12. The policy favoring sustainable practices should be cleared, reinforced by setting the appropriate quality standards, which is also a major work program of the UNIDO. This should be supported by research, adequate infrastructure to encourage the good behavior and discourage the bad behavior, and then enabled through sustainability financing. We should also utilize various mechanisms of choice editing to promote responsible consumption and production. As one of the founding members of the UNIDO, Mr. President, I would like to reaffirm that the Philippines will continue to support UNIDO's efforts towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We offer our highest assurance that despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, the Philippines remains committed and focused on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and will not lose sight of our own goal to realize the aspirations of Ambition Natin 2040 or our Vision 2040, where Filipinos enjoy strong family and community ties, a comfortable lifestyle, and a secure future. Together, let us hope and let us deliver this future. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك.
I thank you for your kind congratulations and your statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Alexandro Solana Ortiz, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica and Chair of the Group of 77 and China. He has the floor. Mr. Ortiz, for the Group of 77 and China, you have the floor, sir.
سنعود بعد.
We shall return later to the statement of His Excellency, the Ambassador from Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Fawzia Mbarki, Permanent Representative of Algeria and Chair of the African Group. Ms. Mbarki.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Africa Group, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mizghani, Permanent Representative of Tunisia, on your election as President of this 19th session of the General Conference, as the organization celebrates its 55th anniversary. The group would like to assure you of its full support. Further appreciation is extended to the Secretariat for the excellent arrangements in preparing for this session. The group also takes this opportunity to express its appreciation for the efforts of the outgoing President of the 18th General Conference, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrouhi, Minister of Energy and Industry of the United Arab Emirates, as well as his Bureau. The group aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Mr. President, the Africa Group expresses its appreciation to the Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his opening address and his report, which highlighted key activities undertaken by UNIDO in the last 2 years. The reports encapsulate important areas for economic growth and industrial development included in Africa, implemented through the country program and the program for country partnerships. These programs are critical to the pursuit of industrial development in Africa. In this regard, the group welcomes the expansion of the PCP network to Tanzania in October 2020 and Kenya in January 2021, bringing the number of PCP countries to 9. The group looks forward to further expansion of the network within the continent. Furthermore, the group wishes to underscore that the success of the CPS and the PCPs, as well as other programs and projects, depends on the mobilization of the required resources. In this regard, the group appreciates the continued contribution of some member states and international donors. Mr. President, the Africa Group commends the Director General for his advocacy for structural transformation and inclusive, sustainable industrialization of Africa countries through the implementation of the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa. The group notes the continued implementation of the IDDA 3 roadmap and the establishment of the IDDA 3 Secretariat, which will help fast-track the implementation of IDDA 3 targets. In this regard, the group stresses the need for UNIDO to urgently finalize the recruitment process and operationalize the Secretariat at the earliest. Mr. President, the Africa Group notes the report of the Program and Budget Committee at its 37th session, chaired by Her Excellency Mrs. Fawzia Mbarki of Algeria, and expresses its support for the adoption of the proposed budget for the biennium 2022-2023. The group also takes note of the recommendation of the informal working groups on the issues related to the Program and Budget Committee and looks forward to a fruitful deliberation by the conference on those matters. Furthermore, the group is aware of the challenges with regard to UNIDO's funding resources, particularly during this time of COVID-19 pandemic, including its negative global economic and financial impact. In this regard, the group stresses the utmost importance for the member states to pay their financial contributions to the organization in full and on time, including the urgent collection of arrears of the current and former member states. Mr. President, The Africa Group has taken note of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the outcomes of COP26, which took place in Glasgow, where ambitious commitments were made in tackling climate change and its devastating impact on the globe. Despite only contributing marginally to greenhouse gas emissions, climate change remains the biggest risk for Africa's socio-economic imperatives and threatens the realization of Agenda 2030. In this regard, the African Group calls upon UNIDO to intensify its collaborative efforts to increase support for Africa's adaptation and mitigation programs through the provision of adequate climate-smart resources, environmentally sound technology transfer, technical assistance, and capacity building to assist in low-carbon industrialization and increase the use of renewable energy and energy efficiency to enable inclusive, sustainable, and industrial development. Mr. President, the group appreciates UNIDO and its partners for their ongoing efforts to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic through interventions in various UNIDO member states, including through the establishment of the Military Partner Trust Fund, whose aim is to address the public health emergency arising from the pandemic as well as to help countries recover better from it. The group is encouraged to note from the Director General's report that $83.3 million has already been mobilized as of September 2021 from the $2 billion required for the operationalization of the Multi-Partner Trust Fund. The Africa Group therefore thanks those that contributed financial resources to Trust Fund and hopes that many more partners will come on board to support the work of UNIDO. Mr. President, the Africa Group notes the progress of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which continues to guide UNIDO's actions despite delays reported in several aspects of the agenda. In this context, the group reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the role of UNIDO as a viable instrument for SID in economic, social, and environmental dimensions around the globe, and the developing countries in particular. The group acknowledges the special position of SDG 9 within the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by recognizing the role of industry, innovation, and infrastructure as a driver of sustainable development and for allowing greater income generation and sustained increases in our living standards. The group urges UNIDO to pay more attention to SDG 16 as the scourge of physical insecurity grows and spreads within several member states. This has become very necessary as it is apparent that physical insecurity has the ability to impede development efforts. Mr. President, in spite of the steady progress recorded in the socio-economic development in Africa, underdevelopment, unemployment, inequality, and poverty remain a challenge. Considering that 33 of the 46 least developed countries are in Africa, the group encourages UNIDO to further enhance its engagement with African countries with a view of tailoring its technical and advisory services to their specific developmental needs so as to boost structural economic transformation. In this regard, the group is appreciative of the Director General and UNIDO for continuing to give priority to the African development agenda and further welcomes the outcome of the recently concluded UNIDO's 9th Ministerial Conference of the Least Developed Countries. Mr. President, as I conclude, the African Group notes UNIDO's strategy for post-conflict crisis situations, which targets to make a positive difference through alleviating risks, threats, and vulnerabilities to fragile states and communities. Considering the expected long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the group appreciates UNIDO's adjustment of its strategy for post-conflict crisis situations and aligning it with its COVID-19 response framework. This will help vulnerable communities prepare, contain, respond, and adapt from the effects of both the pandemic and the conflicts. With this, Mr. President, I conclude and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this statement. I now give the floor once again to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, the Chair of the Group of 77 and China, Mr. Solana Ortiz.
President, sorry for the technical issues. On behalf of the G77 and China, I'd like to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 19th session of the General Conference. I would also like to congratulate all the Bureau members on their election. The group assures you of its full support and expresses its confidence in the successful outcome of this session under your able guidance and leadership. The group likewise conveys its appreciation to the Secretariat for the organisation of this General Conference, including making available the relevant documents in a timely manner. The group would also like to take this opportunity to thank the outgoing President of the 18th General Conference, His Excellency Engineer Suhail Al-Mazrouei, Minister of Energy and Industry of the United Arab Emirates, as well as his Bureau, for the achievements accomplished during their tenure. Mr. President, as the world continues to grapple with the COVID-19 global pandemic, which continues to take a heavy toll, particularly on the governments, people and industries of developing countries, the group reiterates the vital responsibility of UNIDO as the central coordinator of international industrial cooperation towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development in the United Nations system. This role has never been more crucial than at this time, when many member states will be counting on the expertise of the organization to assist in the revival and strengthening of their industrial infrastructures in order to bounce back from the setback of the past 2 years. The group would like to therefore also reaffirm its support of UNIDO and its mandate of facilitating tangible contributions towards economic recovery, capacity building, job creation, poverty reduction, and the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly SDG 9.
Mr. Chair, the group wishes to take advantage of the unique opportunity this particular session of the General Conference presents, when a new Director General is set to take the helm of the organization and steer it towards a new horizon for us to convene the expectations and needs of our member states moving forward, which the group believes is starting off all the right foot. Along this line, the group recalls the Abu Dhabi Declaration adopted by our head of states and governments, ministers, and representatives of the 18th General Conference in Abu Dhabi, AAA, in 2019, which recognized that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, as an indispensable requirement for sustainable development, as well as combating climate change and environmental degradation and its impact, are among the greatest global challenges of our time, and that effective international cooperation, including South-South and triangular cooperation, through the exchange of knowledge, best practices, and capacity building, and the transfer of technology on mutually agreed terms, are needed to address these challenges. Mr. Chair, the group echoes the call raised in the Abu Dhabi Declaration for collective action multi-stakeholders partnership and strengthening international cooperation to harness the full potential of new technologies associated to the fourth industrial revolution, while being mindful that such technologies have both transformative and disruptive capabilities that must be balanced in order to leverage their potential for achieving inclusive economic growth, reduction of inequalities, promotion of resilience, and safeguarding the environment while mitigating their negative efforts, such as widening the level of technology gap between countries, job losses, and threat to industrial safety and security. The group acknowledged the importance of UNIDO within the context of the United Nations Development System, and while we recognize the significance of the synergies and interlinkage between the economy, social, and environmental dimensions towards the common response to the 2030 Agenda, the group nevertheless wished to stress that the organization must first and foremost focus on delivering its mandate of ISID for its many developing member states and to avoid duplication of functions within the UNDS. The group reiterates that the developing world is facing challenges in attaining adequate and predictable financing for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Additionally, transfer of climate-related clean and innovative technology from the developed to the developing countries is indispensable for inclusive and sustainable industrial development and achievement of sustainable development goals. Therefore, the group requires the Director General to assist the member states for arrangement of adequate and predictable financial and transfer of clean and innovative technologies to the developing countries for their inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In this regard, the group requests the Director General to increase the number of investment and technology promotion offices in the developing countries and expand their services for promoting the investment and transfer of technology. The group urged UNIDO to further enhance its engagement with least developed countries and developing member states by becoming a bridge for them to access critical technology platforms, key players in the field of industrialization in the private sector, and through leaders in the area of manufacturing research and development, while continuing to concentrate on concrete and tangible field activities. The group encouraged UNIDO to continue advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development through the country program and program for country partnership, which contribute to promoting the reactivation of the productive sector in an inclusive way, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. The group likewise encouraged UNIDO to continue developing the work plan for the strategic framework for middle-income countries to help them avoid falling into or staying marred by the middle income trap by fostering their competitiveness and sustainable in the global market. Señor Presidente.
President, the group is encouraged by the efforts taken by UNIDO and all stakeholders in the implementation of the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa, which has firmly anchored Africa on a path towards inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We call upon UNIDO to develop strategies that align the deliverables of the third decade of industrial development with those of the African Continental Free Trade Area, that accelerate industrial transformation of Africa's economies to meet changing market dynamics and build resilience through a smart manufacturing ecosystem. The group is hopeful that the recruitment process for the IDDA 3 Secretariat will be rapidly finalized to operationalize the joint roadmap. Mr. President, the group is cognizant of the financial strains that face UNIDO, which could hamper the fulfillment of its mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Towards this end, we strongly encourage UNIDO to remain on the path of results-based budgeting and management. It should maximize the use of the UN Resident Coordinator System, continue to come up with cost savings and efficiencies, and maintain fiscal responsibility, and find ways to enhance its financial resources to avoid any negative impact on technical cooperation, the operation of its field network, and the work of its staff in the headquarters and field offices. The group expresses its appreciation to governments and institutions who have given voluntary contributions. These have facilitated further technical cooperation through UNIDO, We would also like to urge all member states to pay their assessed contributions in full and on time whenever possible. To conclude, the Group of 77 in China is confident that this conference will provide us with the opportunity for constructive discussions and with proposals to address the main challenges of the organisation and its member states towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان.
Thank you for those words of congratulations. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Stefan Clement, Permanent Representative of the European Union and its Member States.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its Member States. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Turkey, Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Norway, Ukraine, and the Republic of Moldova. Allow me to congratulate you on your election, Mr. President, and to assure you of our full support and cooperation. At the outset, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Gerd Müller on his election as the UNIDO Director General. We look forward to his appointment at this General Conference and stand ready to deepen our cooperation under his leadership. Let me also thank the outgoing Director General, Mr. Li Yong, for his guidance and dedication in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development at the helm of UNIDO. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are gathered here in Vienna today under the motto, Building a Better Future, to mark the 55th anniversary of the organization and to reflect on its achievements. Only recently, the UN Secretary General presented his report, Our Common Agenda, where he confronted us with the stark choice of a breakdown or a breakthrough scenario for our common future. Clearly, against the backdrop of multiple challenges ranging from global public health, aggravated poverty, and the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, the time to act is now. These challenges require global solidarity and global solutions that can only be achieved through international cooperation and a strong multilateral approach. We consider the whole UN system, including the United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, to be key players in this regard. The European Union and its member states are fully aligned with the UN's call to recover better. COVID-19 reversed hard-won development gains and could lead to a lost decade for development. Now, in this decade of action, is the time to reiterate our full commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as the blueprint for building back better, smarter and greener, leaving no one behind. The EU and its member states are jointly working as Team Europe, together with our finance institutions and agencies, as well as the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, to address the recovery needs of our partner countries. We have mobilized about 46 billion euros as of April 2021 to address and mitigate the health, social and economic impacts of the pandemic. Additionally, EU and its member states collectively are among the largest contributors to COVAX, the global vaccine sharing facility, supporting it with more than 3 billion euros. The EU is committed to accelerating vaccine sharing with countries in need, leaving no one behind, with the aim of donating at least 500 million doses by the middle of 2022. Mr. President, the European Union and UNIDO share the vision that only through an effective multilateral approach can the goal of inclusive, sustainable and resilient economic and industrial growth be achieved. This common vision translates into a tangible cooperation in over 100 countries in all regions of the world. The European Union and its member states remain UNIDO's largest donors of voluntary contributions from governmental sources, financing projects and programs focused on poverty eradication, job creation, climate action, resource efficiency and circular economy, and reduction of emissions and pollution. In 2020 alone, the EU and its member states accounted for 37.6% of all voluntary contributions, and EU member states contributed 27.6% of the net regular budget. We encourage the Secretariat to further broaden its donor base, including through public-private partnerships. Only with robust support from its member states and the necessary financial resources can UNIDO deliver on its mandate, especially in the present challenging circumstances. Mr. President, the EU-UNIDO cooperation spans in the three thematic priority areas of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, such as creating shared prosperity, advancing economic competitiveness, and safeguarding the environment. We strive to create decent work and employment for all, particularly for women and youth, that can help lift people out of poverty, reduce inequalities, and end hunger, while promoting health, education, gender equality, and sustainable consumption and production. We cannot miss the opportunity to connect our recovery from the economic impacts of the pandemic to fixing the planetary environmental and climate emergency, for which there's no vaccine. We would like to reiterate our support to UNIDO's activities for sustainable inclusive industrialization in the fields of environment and energy, contributing to reaching the objectives of the Paris Agreement, of the COP26 climate conference in Glasgow, other multilateral environmental agreements, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity, and of just and green energy transition. We welcome the Secretariat's intention to prepare a UNIDO-wide climate strategy and encourage all member states to support this work. The EU welcomes UNIDO's support for the establishment of the Global Alliance on Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency that we launched together with UNEP last February. Members of the Alliance, which now include 15 countries, are joining forces to advocate a shift to a circular economy and a more efficient use of resources globally. We commend UNIDO for organizing the global consultations on circular economy, and we very much welcome the related resolution tabled by Austria and Costa Rica to this General Conference. We believe a global just transition to a climate-neutral, resource-efficient and circular economy is a fundamental contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDGs 8 and 12. The accelerated implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals in this decade of action requires global solidarity and multi-stakeholder partnerships. Guided by the Lima and Abu Dhabi declarations, we should continue mobilizing the private sector to create decent work and deliver inclusive, sustainable development, focusing on low-income countries and least developed countries in Africa and elsewhere. Along those lines, we support UNIDO's role in the implementation of the third industrial development decade for Africa in cooperation with other agencies and major donors, including the EU, and we encourage a more proactive approach in this regard. Mr. President, promoting gender equality and the economic empowerment of women is at the heart of the European Union's policies, internally and externally. The EU finds it important that the work of UNIDO is inclusive and that gender aspects are systematically mainstreamed in all programs and projects to help address gender imbalances in the manufacturing sector, such as wage gaps or women's access to labor markets and their unequal representation in industrial leadership positions. As a gender champion, the EU will continue to encourage the UNIDO Secretariat to achieve gender equality in the organization, particularly at senior management level in line with the United Nations-wide gender parity strategy. We support the draft resolution tabled by Norway and Mexico to the General Conference regarding gender equality and the empowerment of women. We reiterate our commitment to the reform of the UN development system and the one UN objectives through an enhanced role of the resident coordinators and the renewed country frameworks. The EU supports this approach to further accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs and targets. In this regard, we welcome the UNIDO Programme for Country Partnership, which is already implemented in 11 middle and low-income countries. It has proved to be a valuable contribution to implement the reform at the country level and to mobilize resources and partnerships for a larger and more sustainable development impact. In conclusion, Mr. President, we reiterate our full support to your efforts to have a productive General Conference and look forward to engaging with Member States and observers in an open and constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى البيان.
Thank you for your statement and for your words of congratulations. I now call upon Mr. Takashi Hikihara, Permanent Representative and Ambassador of Japan.
Let me begin by congratulating Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mezani of Tunisia on your election as President of the 19th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. I assure you, Mr. President, of our delegation's unwavering support. I thank the outgoing President, His Excellency Minister Suhail Al-Suzuley of the United Arab Emirates and his Bureau members for their dedicated work until today. My appreciation also goes to Director General Leon and his team for preparing this meeting, despite the difficulties posed by the severe pandemic. Mr. President, this session is a unique opportunity for UNIDO and its member states to review the achievements made under outgoing DG Leon and discuss new visions for the future under our incoming DG Gert Muller. Japan highly appreciates DG Leon's leadership in promoting ISID and positioning UNIDO as an important player in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We also value UNIDO's role in leading IDDA 3. The last 2 years of his term were particularly challenging due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused a large-scale human security crisis. Japan commends UNIDO's quick response to the crisis while maintaining high-level performances in day-by-day technical cooperation activities. Japan-UNIDO cooperation has flourished during DG Leon's 8 years tenure. Japan's funding of TC activities has increased by 60% in comparison to the previous 8 years. Private sector engagement has gained strength now, and new stakeholders such as the Ministry of Environment and academia such as the Tokyo University has also become our active partners of UNIDO. Since the 18th General Conference session, UNIDO and Japan has intensified their cooperation with Asian, Middle Eastern, and African countries in various fields, including technology transfer for COVID-19 response, industrial skills development, and tackling marine plastic litter. We are pleased that Japan has made a substantial contribution exceeding $25 million to support DG Leon's last year at the helm of UNIDO. Japan recently, on 5th of November, decided to fund 2 new UNIDO projects with $6.5 million in total. A project in Ghana, strengthening the rice value chain, and another project in Nigeria to support the first fight against marine plastic. They will be both launched next year. I announce this contribution as the last fruit of our collaboration with DG Leon and the kicking off of the Japan-UNIDO cooperation under our new DG Gert Muller. The 8th Tokyo International Conference for African Development, or TICAD 8, is planned to be held in Tunisia next year. Japan will work with UNIDO to further promote cooperation with African countries, taking momentum with this triennial milestone event. We believe that UNIDO can scale up the impact of its technical cooperation activities by sharing the results, knowledge, and experiences acquired through its projects. Japan and UNIDO have actively engaged in such knowledge-sharing activities. They have attracted strong interest and broad participation. We will continue our effort in this area. To begin with, at the 5th donor meeting today, just before this session, Ambassador Maria Manorio of Japan to South Africa presented UNIDO's very first plastic waste management project under its circular economy approach. For next year, we hope to take up our COVID-19 response technology transfer with ITTO Tokyo at an appropriate occasion. Mr. President, a new DG Gert Muller takes the wheel in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. We hope that he can steer UNIDO to continue helping member states in need to overcome the crisis and build back better on the path toward achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, UNIDO must remain financially sustainable for all member states, which are without exception facing financial constraints due to the very same crisis. We trust that the new DG will continue promoting efficiency through further rationalization increased efficiency within the organization. Member states, on their hand, should resolve to make our utmost effort to support UNIDO by assuming our collective financial responsibility. Japan is ready to continue working in close dialogue with the Secretariat with a view to advancing all relevant reform efforts, such as UN Development System reform, the operationalization of result-based management, resource optimization, and revision of the staffing structure. Let me conclude by assuring that Japan remains committed to further strengthen its constructive partnership with UNIDO. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم وعلى البيان.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement and for your words of congratulation. I now call upon His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation. Thank you, Chair. I will take the floor on behalf of the permanent representative of the Russian Federation to the international organizations in Vienna, Mr. Ulyanov. Distinguished President, distinguished Mr. Li Yun, Mr. Mueller, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to add our voice to the words of congratulations addressed to UNIDO and its member states on the 55th jubilee of this organization. Since its establishment in 1966 and to the present day, UNIDO has offered a unique global platform for comprehensively addressing the challenges of sustainable industrialization. The Russian Federation was there at the very outset, and we value our time-tested and multifaceted partnership. We continue to actively support the organization and to share our experience. We advocate for a proactive agenda that brings us together. 2020 saw the beginning of the decade of action for the Sustainable Development Goals. It coincided with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which will go down in history as one of the main challenges of the 21st century. The pandemic has sorely tested the resilience of national economies and international institutions alike, and has set back our plans to step up the implementation of Agenda 2030. Today, our common mission is to return to sustainable growth as soon as possible. Here, UNIDO's mandate takes on its full significance. President, we note the increasing importance of the role played by UNIDO in the global international system. The organization's expertise is increasingly crucial in formulating competitive industrial policies. We note UNIDO's efforts to support global industry in the face of the pandemic-induced downturn. We place particular hope in increased collective effort to restore economic growth. Any artificial barriers here are hazardous and unacceptable. We welcome UNIDO's increased focus on environmental protection and the launch of dialogue on the circular economy. The outcome of the climate conference in Glasgow showed the extent to which the international community is alarmed at climate change and is eager to find a swift solution. The Russian Federation discharges its international obligations here and works on enhancing its national legislation. During the Leaders' Summit on Climate, the President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin invited his counterparts to become involved in joint scientific research, joint investment in important projects, and also to step up the development of low-carbon technologies to mitigate or adapt to climate change. We believe UNIDO could offer a useful platform here, as it has a robust toolkit and experience with implementing environmentally impactful measures. Global development needs not just to be green, but also sustainable and for all. It therefore needs to get to grips with such key issues as combating poverty and inequality. UNIDO has excellent potential to promote the digital agenda and innovation as a mechanism for prosperity and global development founded on the principles of sustainability and inclusivity. We welcome UNIDO's policy of maximum transparency in its operations and broad involvement of member states in preparing strategic initiatives. We call for this approach to be maintained. We welcome the organization's efforts to keep sustainable development, industrial development at the focus of the international community's attention through cooperation with such bodies as the Group of 20, BRICS and others. We note the significant outcomes of the recent global summit on production and industrialization. We're grateful for UNIDO's attentiveness to UN system reform, including the resident coordinator financing. We underscore that we view the practice of covering costs using program budget funding as unacceptable. We note the organization's impressive project portfolio. We regret that voluntary contributions have fallen against the backdrop of the pandemic. The Russian Federation, however, as one of the leading international development donors, has not reduced its support and is one of the top 10 governmental financing partners of UNIDO. We see it as crucial, however, that any international assistance should be provided only at the request of the resident and in close coordination with them. President, we are grateful for the high assessment of the work of the Accounts Chamber of the Russian Federation and its chairman, Alexei Kudrin, as external auditor, both from delegations and from the Secretariat. The Accounts Chamber carried out sterling work. We call for support for its candidacy for a renewed term. This will allow our team to further strengthen the organization's financial sustainability. We thank UNIDO for the cooperation. We look forward to continued constructive cooperation and under the leadership of Mr. Mueller. We believe we need to continue to focus on fully living up to the potential of this organization in the interests of development. Thank you.
شكرا على بيانكم وأعطي الكلمة الآن لسعادة.
Thank you for your statement. I now call on His Excellency Dr. Götz Schmidt-Brehme, Permanent Representative of Germany.
First, let me start by congratulating you for your election and your skillful leadership of the conference so far. I'm sure it will go on. Germany fully supports the statement of the European Union, and in my national capacity, I'd just like to add that we supported the draft resolutions we are all working on, and we have taken an active part in the negotiations on these resolutions. Given the short of time, let me just address 2 points: climate change and circular economy. We thank UNIDO for its draft strategic framework for climate action, which is an important step in the right direction. The industrial sector is directly responsible for more than 1/3 of global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. Industry stakeholders therefore play a vital role for limiting the global temperature increase to 1.5 Celsius. In this regard, we note with delight UNIDO's aim to align its activities with the Paris Agreement and to position industry as a leading force in the transition of net zero emission economies. Germany welcomes UNIDO's draft strategic framework to support the systemic transformation of the industrial sector by mainstreaming climate action across its operations. This transformation opens up opportunities for industry to act as a driver of innovation. It also poses challenges. For instance, it is hard to mitigate sectors and for workers and communities depending on jobs in carbon-intensive sectors. Within its mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, I said, UNIDO can significantly contribute to ensuring a just transition. DG-elect Müller was clear in addressing this morning the deficiencies of COP26. So it is all the more important what UNIDO can do to mitigate those negative effects. UNIDO's draft strategic framework marks an important starting point to enhance the organization's climate ambition. Based on this, we encourage UNIDO to develop concrete timelines for the implementation of the strategic framework and its alignment with the pledges of COP26. UNIDO needs to develop indicators to assess its success. We recognize UNIDO's focus on climate change and look forward to the continuing debate on UNIDO efforts to implement the Paris Agreement. As for circular economy, we have taken note of the report of the Director General on this topic and the draft resolution and also the Member States' comments. Germany participated in UNIDO consultation process on circular economy. The findings match the experience gained through German development cooperation in this field. The barriers that have been identified to transition to a circular economy in developing countries include, among others, inadequate incentives for private sector, the absence of enabling environment for investment, and a lack of financing for sustainable waste management systems. This is why extending producer responsibility in member countries is key. Extended producer responsibility includes incentives to prevent waste right from the beginning of the production cycle. What is also needed is international exchange of experiences, multi-stakeholder cooperation, and financial support. Under the patronage of the outgoing German Development Minister Müller, the Prevent Waste Alliance was established in 2019 to facilitate relevant efforts. In the alliance, about 250 member institutions are currently working towards preventing waste and increasing circularity among global value chains. We invite UNIDO to make use of the vast experience of the Prevent Waste Alliance for the ongoing and future activities. Before I conclude, I would like to take a look ahead to the coming year. I am able to announce that Germany is willing to renew the bilateral strategic dialogue between the German government and UNIDO. The first round was in 2019 and it led to the common roadmap. Next year will be a good time to take a fresh look at the roadmap and to focus on intensifying its implementation. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم والكلمات.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your words of congratulation and for your kind words. I now call upon Her Excellency Ms. Pirkko Hämäläinen, Permanent Representative of Finland.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor. Let me first congratulate you for your selection as the chair of the 19th General Conference. I also wish to congratulate the vice chairs as well as the rapporteur. Finland is also grateful to the Secretariat for organizing again this very important policymaking organ meeting in difficult circumstances. Distinguished delegates, Finland aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. Let me share a few comments also in our national capacity. Firstly, I want to reiterate Finland's congratulations to you, Mr. Müller, for your appointment as the Director General of UNIDO. Finland considers UNIDO as a key partner in trade and development. Our appreciation for the agency is clearly demonstrated in the form of the financial support, political cooperation, and active role in the governing bodies. Secondly, I also congratulate Director General Lee Yong for his work for the organization and inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I want to particularly mention DG Lee's work for the empowerment of women and gender equality, as well as for the climate, low carbon development and circular economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland welcomes the annual report of the Director General. Finland appreciates the development results and impacts that UNIDO achieves in developing countries. Every job that is sustained and every small enterprise that has survived amidst the COVID pandemic is a valuable achievement. The pandemic is not only a health crisis, it is predominantly an economic crisis, especially for the poor and most vulnerable people. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is now more crucial than ever before. We need to rebuild the global community from those many crises. We must rebuild with dignity, respecting diversity, equality and human rights. It was clearly underlined also by our minister in his video address to the General Conference on Monday morning. It goes without saying that Finland follows closely the implementation of UNIDO's strategy for gender equality and empowerment of women, as well as gender parity action plan. Let me also remind the management to guarantee adequate resources for the Gender Office, including those from the regular budget. In addition, Finland pays an increasingly keen attention to the rights of people with disabilities. Reiterating from our minister's address, I encourage UNIDO to take disability inclusion seriously in its relevant projects. To conclude, Mr. Chair, the global community made progress in COP26 in Glasgow to steer the future development to a sustainable path and decelerate the warming of the planet. According to various analyses, we still have work to do to limit the average temperature increase below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Finland strengthens zero carbon development and circular economy both nationally and internationally. I'm glad that UNIDO and Finland have joined forces in promoting circular economy value chains and aim to ignite transformative changes in the business world. I thank you very much.
شكرا لكم على تهانيكم وعلى
I would like to thank you.
Thank you.
I would now like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Kirsty Anderson.
Anderson, Permanent Representative of Norway.
Norway aligns itself with a statement made by the European Union. I would like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Norway is a firm supporter of the UN system and a rules-based multilateral order. The UN needs to be strengthened so that we are better equipped to deliver on the 2030 agenda. Both the pandemic and the climate crisis are global challenges. We must find global solutions and improve global cooperation. Prior to the pandemic, we had made some progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda. The pandemic has caused setbacks. Climate change remains a huge challenge. We must therefore intensify our efforts to overcome the pandemic and our efforts against climate change. Few are better positioned to create the green jobs and industries needed for reaching our development and climate ambitions than UNIDO. Thus, we support the initiative by the European delegation to present a resolution that asks for development of a UNIDO strategy in response to climate change. Norway and Mexico have together tabled a resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women. Norway has, for the previous 3 general conferences, submitted a resolution on this topic. This year, we are grateful for the successful partnership with Mexico. We thank all delegations for the constructive engagement and cooperation during the informals. To achieve these sustainable development goals, it's crucial to systematically mainstream a gender perspective. We appreciate the progress UNIDO has made in this regard. by increasing the access of all women to productive resources, by creating enabling conditions for women's entrepreneurship, and by job creation, education, and vocational training. As we recover from the pandemic, gender-responsive recovery measures are needed in industry, involving women in the design and implementation process to ensure that inequalities are overcome. Distinguished delegates, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, is supporting UNIDO's Global Market Access Programme with up to 110 million Norwegian kroners over a 5-year period. This is a global program aiming at strengthening national quality infrastructure and compliance capacity. It will facilitate and improve market access for selected value chains in developing countries. Regional and multilateral trade agreements that ensure fundamental standards as well as address climate and environmental concerns are a priority in Norwegian development and trade policy. In this respect, we consider GMAP a motor that supports developing countries engaging in safe trade by building self-sustaining value chains and thus promoting economic growth. We look forward to cooperating closely with UNIDO and the new Director General on UNIDO's important contributions to green, inclusive, and sustainable industrial development. Thank you.
شكرا لكم سعادة السفير.
I thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your statement, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Ecuador. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Sí, no tengo sonido.
I don't have any sound.
We hear you.
Sí, ¿me escucha?
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, on behalf of the government of Ecuador, I would like to express my country's support for your successful conduct of the 19th General Conference of UNIDO. We'd also like to express our acknowledgement to all the members of the Bureau. My delegation is grateful for the report presented by the Industrial Development Board, whose relevance in the context of the coronavirus pandemic means that we're facing huge challenges, not only in the area of health. So the cooperation of UNIDO is important for industrial development. It facilitates socio-economic recovery in our societies on a more inclusive and sustainable basis. The promotion of sustainability is a guiding principle of the Ecuadorian legislation and its plans. That is why we prioritize these seeking commercial opportunities and strengthening legal security in order to increase competitiveness, productivity, and innovation in the industrial sector under a circular economy approach with a economic model which protects our natural heritage through the extension of the useful use of goods produced and the recycling of waste generated in other productive processes. Ecuador requires UNIDO to continue to support the country in building a roadmap for its circular economy, which facilitates the development of public policies for the creation of new jobs and businesses, which strengthens the innovation ecosystem, technology transfer in the framework of the 2030 Agenda and its SDG 9. In this framework, we would like to thank UNIDO for its work with Ecuador as an agency for implementing the Montreal Protocol relating to ozone-depleting substances, whose leadership has allowed us to strengthen the national refrigerating and air conditioning system. This is an additional effort in combating the global phenomenon of climate change. The support of UNIDO has been essential also in drawing up and implementing cleaner production strategies at a sectoral level. A result of this has been the signing of cleaner production agreements with food and timber sectors, through which we've ensured optimization in the use of resources such as water, energy, fossil fuels, and so on. Certainly, President, there have been some progress with the aim of ensuring sustainable industrial development in the country. However, there are still challenges which we need to confront and find solutions for. Ecuador requires a strengthening of the regulatory framework to reduce the gender gaps and to establish specific measures which guarantee the empowerment of women in a labour market where we have a low level of participation for them and lower income. In this regard, Ecuador believes that the processes for sustainable industrial development require an adaptation to the technological reality, which is transforming management models towards innovative models with greater use of digital media. UNIDO could play a role as a catalyst in providing technical assistance to developing countries in order to prevent the technological gap which currently exists increasing and thereby further in affecting business competitiveness. Sir, we would like to align ourselves with the statement made today by the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, GRULAC. And we would also like to reiterate that cooperation provided by UNIDO could be distributed in a more balanced and equitable way between the different regions of developing countries in order to not leave anybody behind. Finally, the Ecuadorian delegation would like to state on record its thanks to Director General Lee Young for the work he's done at UNIDO, starting from his taking up his mandate as Director General in November 2017. We would also like to warmly welcome the brand new Director General, Mr. Gerd Muller, and wish him every success. He will take on this lofty mandate very soon. Thank you.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهانيكم.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador.
وأعطي الكلمة الآن.
The chair says, I give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Panama.
Señor Presidente.
Thank you, President. The pandemic has subjected the world to global challenges which are monumental, and it has underlined the deep difficulties of all of our societies, both at a national or regional or global level. But at the same time, it has also underscored that the interconnected world of today has only one path to survive as humanity, and that is cooperation and solidarity. The difficulties that we have gone through over the course of 2020 and 2021 recall or remind us that multilateralism and international cooperation through the institutions of the United Nations system, including UNIDO, are crucial in order to deal with global crises. While we continue to mitigate the impact of COVID, the support of UNIDO will be fundamental, particularly so as to steer the world towards a sustainable, carbon-neutral path. Economic recovery has become a priority, and sustainable industrial development is emerging as an essential tool to build a more inclusive planet, one which is also sustainable and resilient. President, the work of UNIDO to deal with the crisis and to improve the future is important, and that's why my country grants the greatest importance to activities focusing on the promotion of micro, small and medium enterprises through building their capacity and also through developing our national industry in value chains and their expansion onto international markets. In this regard, we take note of the development of the UNIDO framework to respond to the crisis, building a better future in line with the United Nations framework for the socioeconomic response to COVID-19, which describes the approach of the organization. We value the knowledge strengthening activities and activities set forth in the medium-term program framework 2018-2021. We think it's a good idea to establish and keep platforms for public-private partnerships in order to facilitate financing and the exchange of knowledge, best practices, and expertise. At the same time, we also support the effectiveness of the Program Country Partnerships Model, PCP, which has introduced a comprehensive approach which triggers public and private investment on a considerable scale. It improves coordination and strengthens partnerships. President, it is crucial in order to promote inclusivity and to cover gender equality and the empowerment of women, and also need to include a gender perspective in all programs and policies and projects in UNIDO. For that purpose, we welcome UNIDO's advice with regard to policies in sectors with high growth potential and the creation of decent work, access to financing, and investment opportunities. And also when it comes to acquiring technical and professional and business skills which assist women and young people to get involved with the world of work and to make progress in it. We also believe that the technical professional training programs following the global model will contribute to overcoming difficulties in training for the labor for one's life in work. In this regard, we take note of the work which has been carried out by the learning and knowledge development services to reduce the industrial competency gap, starting from its founding in 2012. For our part, Panama took the initiative to establish the Specialized Technical Higher Institute as a tool to improve the educational system at a technical higher professional level, in which students who have finished their lower education have access to staff with professional high-quality technical education which meets the development needs of the country. We hope to be able to join with UNIDO to strengthen this initiative. Our country, being mainly a global service economy, is developing a strategy for the development of our national industry with a scientific and technical basis, prioritizing efforts to be made in the pharmaceutical industry, livestock, industry, and advanced manufacturing. We hope that the new Director General will strengthen our relationship, particularly through implementing projects focused on the topics mentioned in the medium-term program framework to 2025, with the aim of achieving national aims and our national development. The fourth industrial revolution needs to serve everyone, and UNIDO needs to make an effort to ensure that members, particularly developing countries and those with economies in transition, have access to digital technologies. With digitization as an accelerator to achieve the 2030 agenda, Mr. President, the greatest challenge that we have to deal with following the pandemic is climate change. Panama has also done its part. Panama is recognized today as one of the 3 countries in the world to be recognized as carbon negative. We're also safeguarding our biodiversity, declaring 30% of our ocean as a protected area, complying with the 30 for 30 agenda. It's a target which we achieved 9 years before the date set for 2030. As a consequence, my country encourages UNIDO to assist developing economies and those in transition, emerging economies, to have cleaner and efficient industries, reducing environmental impact of industrialization, at the same time creating means to move towards a circular economy. President, Panama, to conclude, has taken due note of the implementation of 2 projects which are new to the region. Firstly, a new platform for the creation of regional networks, the creation of partnerships and exchange of knowledge. And there's also a regional project on fishing value chains and the creation of employment in aquaculture. In this context, Panama, the country with the greatest air and sea connectivity in Latin America and a hub of shipping around the world, would like to note that its geographical position as well as its multimodal infrastructure is a good basis to capitalize on new strategies of local markets. We would like to reiterate our support for the future new Director General, and to demonstrate this commitment, even in the middle of the pandemic, we have updated our contributions and made our contributions to the full functioning of this organization. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Shukran.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement, and now we give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador, the Permanent Representative of India. India has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Ambassador Mohammad Mezghani, I congratulate you on assuming the chair of the 19th General Conference of UNIDO. I also welcome the other members of the Bureau and assure you of our full cooperation in the successful conduct of the General Conference. We associate ourselves with a statement made by Costa Rica on behalf of the Group of 77 in China and would like to add the following points from our national perspective. Mr. President, the 19th General Conference of UNIDO is being organized under circumstances that we could hardly foresee when we held the 18th General Conference of UNIDO in Abu Dhabi. In the Abu Dhabi Declaration, we then recognized that eradicating poverty, combating climate change and environmental degradation and its impacts are among the greatest global challenges of our times. 2 years on, the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have only exacerbated these challenges that we face. This necessitates that we, the people, our governments, and the international organizations come together and intensify efforts to remain on course to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. If there is one lesson that we can draw and should draw from this pandemic, is how interdependent we are. The pandemic has been a stark reminder that in this interconnected and interdependent world, we succeed or fail together. In our response to the pandemic, India has remained global in her outlook, extending medical assistance to over 150 countries and supporting the vaccination efforts of 95 countries. Domestically, we launched the world's largest vaccination program using indigenously developed and WHO-approved Covaxin, as well as other vaccines, and has already administered more than 1.2 billion doses, comprising 67% of our target vaccinations. We expect to produce over 5 billion vaccine doses for the world in 2022 in pursuit of our vision of One Earth, One Health. Even as we recover from this pandemic, India remains steadfast in its international commitments towards eradicating poverty, combating climate change, and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, these are objectives have become more pressing even as the ability of developing countries to cope with them has diminished. India continues to not only deliver on our climate commitments in Paris, but also to exceed them. Today, India ranks fourth in the world in installed renewable energy capacity. Our non-fossil fuel energy has increased by more than 25% in the past 7 years. We expect to generate 50% of our energy from renewables by 2030. India has also promoted institutional solutions such as the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure to enhance international cooperation in this area. As we deliberate on how to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Climate Action through circular economy, India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi drew the attention of the world leaders in Glasgow recently to the SDG 12 and highlighted the importance of promoting an environment-conscious lifestyle. He stressed upon the need to promote mindful and deliberate utilization of resources instead of mindless and destructive consumption. This should be an important aspect of our quest for a sustainable future. Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed." In this decade of action for achieving Sustainable Development Goals, with the overhang of the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to build back better. Global supply chains must be resilient, trustworthy, transparent, and sustainable. The digital age should not be a source of digital divide in the world. The digital innovation ecosystem in India is booming. India has developed vast experience of large-scale delivery of social services by leveraging digital technologies. We stand ready to share these technologies with the developing world as open source platforms under South-South cooperation, as well as by partnering with organizations like UNIDO. Whether in health or in bridging the digital divide, India is ready to contribute to the solutions. In this, we see an important role for UNIDO, a role that we member states are already crafting, be it in digital technologies and innovation, in Industry 4.0, or in inclusive and sustainable industrialization and circular economy. Indeed, with all our support, I believe UNIDO's relevance for both developing and developed nations is only set to grow. India, as a founding member of UNIDO, and which hosts one of the largest and multidimensional technical cooperation portfolios of the organization, the Facility for International Cooperation on Inclusive and Sustainable Development is hosted by India. This facility can be an important pillar in UNIDO's Build Back Better strategy for strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation. And India is ready to partner UNIDO in this effort. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سعادة السفير على تهاني.
Thank you, Distinguished Ambassador of India. Thank you for your words of congratulations and for your statement. India was the last speaker for today. And that brings us to the end of this plenary session. We will resume the general debate tomorrow morning at 9:30, immediately following the session on UNIDO's contribution to the Creative Year event. So this conference will take place at 8:30 in this room. UNIDO's contribution to the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development 2021. I'd like to thank the Ambassador of Austria and the Ambassador of Japan, who accepted as vice presidents of this conference. They undertook to chair the 5th and 6th plenary sessions tomorrow, so I'd like to thank them for that. Before adjourning, I would like to take this opportunity to remind all of you that your personal contribution is needed. You will need to participate in person in the elections of the auditor. The election will take place on Thursday morning, and I would like to recall, for the benefit of delegates, that there will be stringent measures in place in terms of access to the premises. You will need to have a PCR test not older than 48 hours in your possession. I've been informed that a letter has been circulated that contains full information on this issue. This has been circulated to all permanent delegations. That was done this afternoon. Thank you. The session is adjourned.
Excellent, sir. Thank you so much.